Shafishuna Nujoma. Coming to you this morning from the Rundu Sports Stadium, which is, of course, the host venue for yesterday's Kavango East and West Regional Memorial Service that took place here at this particular venue. If you look behind me, of course, you can see the remains of founding President Dr. Sam Nujoma. He has been laying here in state overnight. And as you can see, of course, they are preparing to now proceed to the next point, that is Katima, Mulilo, where the Zambezi Regional Memorial Service will take place. He is expected to arrive at roughly 9 o'clock this morning. The remains of that's Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, where, of course, they will continue with the procession there and head, that is, to the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the memorial service will take place. So just to briefly reflect on yesterday's events and, of course, what transpired during that memorial service, I'm joined here by the governor of the Kavango East region. It's none other than Bonifacius Wakudumo. Honorable Governor, very good day to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, very good morning, and thank you for having me here this morning.
Of course, you held the Kavango East and West memorial service yesterday. Just first and foremost, how do you reflect on that memorial service? Yes.
No, to us as a region, number one, it was really an honor because we have 14 regions in the country, but to be accorded that opportunity to host the state memorial service for, both Kavango East and Kavango West region, to us, it was really an honor and a privilege to have the remaining of the founding president here in the region. The two regions he loved very, very, very much. And it was really an honor for us to get his remains back to say farewell to us in the region.
Very much indeed, of course. Just looking at the coordination and the work, of course, this memorial service catered for both the Kavango East and the West regions as well as surrounding areas. Just talk to us about the efforts that went into this, all stakeholders coming together, making sure that this was a successful memorial service, that pays homage to such a giant, such a gallant son of the Namibian soil.
Yeah, the national events is very, very big events which require concerted effort. Concerted effort in the sense that planning need to be very, very, very accurate. And to do that, what you did first is to establish a body, which is a regional preparatory coordinating committee. So political leaders from myself, the regional councils were together as a team. And then, of course, we delegated now our responsibility to the chief regional officer to be the overall coordinator of a program. And various committees were then, constituted who were doing now the work behind the scenes. So it was really teamwork and it went very, very, very well. It wasn't easy, but it went very well.
Just reflecting on some of the speeches and statements there, including your own statement, Governor Wakudumo, and you, of course, just mentioned founding president's love for the Kavango regions, Also briefly, just for the sake of our viewers who may have missed, some of those key highlights, those key speeches, and perhaps even your own speech, as far as, Sam Nujoma's legacy concerning the Kavango regions, how do you reflect on that?
Yeah, you see, to reflect on the legacy of the late president, like I said yesterday, when we were still young boys at our various villages there, we used to hear about this famous person, Sam Nujoma, but we never knew, is this man tall or the man short? But we believed from the early tender age in the name of now Sam Nujoma as well as SWAPO. Now, after independence, during our first encounter, during the first star rally here, is where we came to know who physically Tate Kulu Sam Nujoma. And from day one, since he took office, what we have observed in him is commitment, the love for his work. And he never wanted to see any Namibian to go home on an empty stomach. That's why he emphasized the aspect of agriculture and also to do agriculture properly. So the aspect of education, a person needs to be educated to have this necessary knowledge, to have the necessary skills to engage in agriculture for food production. So, and it was a man of his word. When he said things, it will happen this day, he commanded leadership to make sure things happen in the regions.
Governor, interestingly enough, during yesterday's memorial service, something transpired, something very interesting that I think founding president will be very happy about. Of course, we saw the community of the Kavango East region, the Kavango West region, come together for a very touching story. The story of 12-year-old John Kakua, who of course made his way from Divundu to here to be at this memorial service and to pay his last respects to a man he really wanted to meet, a hero he looked up to. We saw those amounts in the region of 30,000. How do you reflect on this, Governor?
Yeah, you see, from the onset, when you listen to the story of John, it's so touching. So he heard about Sam Nujoma, our founding president, from the story which was told to him by his grandfathers and the grandmothers, because the grandfather and the grandmothers were also veterans of the liberation struggle. They left the country in 1971 and they came back to Namibia in 1989. Now, young boys, the young people, they listen attentively to what you narrate to them, what you relate to them. So now, he drew his inspiration from those stories. Now, when he heard that this famous person have passed on, so he decided really to come here. But how do he come here? He have to design a plan. What was the plan? First, to get money. Money will enable him to come to Divundu. He offered his services to Express Company to go and wash their vehicle, and in return, they offer him their transportation to come to Rundu. He was never in Rundu. He doesn't know anybody in Rundu, but he said to me, I don't know Rundu, but I want to go and bury my leader. I mean, I want to attend the memorial service of my leader. And to the family side, it touched them. When we say this person, this is what happened, and he's no longer in the school, so they decided for people to come together yesterday. Sam Nujoma Jr., Dr. Ngurare, Comrade Desmond, Munyela, they put money together. It was a 4,000.
So General Shirley as well step up.
General Shirley also step up. At the end of the day, just the passionate of this boy had made the people to donate. So by the end of the day when we left here, by the end of the official memorial service, the time after that, it was 32,500. And when I went back, there were still people e-walleting money, a lot of money, 1,500, 2,000, 4,000. So those are the money we are going to get. And we are not going to give it to him, neither to the family. We decided, I already consulted, we want to give the money to the Sam Nujoma Foundation. So then the Sam Nujoma Foundation will now take care, because they have all the operational structure in place to make sure that they will manage the funds properly.
In the true Sam Nujoma spirit, yes.
Exactly, in the true Sam Nujoma spirit. Thanks. Loved when he was still alive. He wanted Namibian child to go to school. He wanted Namibian child to live a decent life, dignified life. So that is what actually transpired. It's just his legacy.
Basically. Of course, Honorable Governor, we are here to see off the remains of our founding president. As you can see, the military personnel are preparing. As you can see, of course, the Namibian flag is once again around the casket. We will be, of course, escorting the remains of that founding president to the Rundu airport. Let's talk to us about the procedure. We see, of course, the representative of the chief mourner is here as well, Honorable Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, as well as Governor Sirka Osiku of the Kavango West region, and other officials are here as well. Let's talk to us about what's going to transpire from here going to the Rundu airport.
Yeah, of course, the official memorial service for both Kavango East and Kavango West, we concluded yesterday, but as leaders, we agreed yesterday we cannot let only the Defense Force to escort the remains to the airport. As leaders, we want also to be in that escort and that procession so that we can go together to the airport and then send off the casket to the next governor. And in fact, I already communicated with my brother, my Governor Sampofu, this off, and I told him, here this side it is raining, but there at least today it's not raining. So, but then I told him we are about to send Tatekulu, so you get ready there also to receive him.
I'm not I'm looking for the word now, but in essence, what I'm trying to say is what transpired yesterday during the procession and arriving here. Of course, we saw very heavy rains pouring down. from Sam Nujoma Drive all the way to Unam Road, pardon me, etc., and of course around. But interestingly enough, Governor, as the remains of the founding president were removed from the gun carriage, and of course making its way out into the tent, for a brief moment there, the sun came out. I don't want to say anything, but just, Governor, of course, as far as the legacy of founding president is concerned, as far as maintaining that legacy of founding president is concerned going forward, as a regional leadership, as a government, what does your commitment remain to the legacy of founding president here?
Maybe first to the story what you see about the sun which came out. Traditionally we have this, and it's not only traditionally. If you look at the history, you will come across events like this, that these things happened, then this is what happened. We are human beings, so we are only flesh, but in the spiritual realm, this type of things happen. And the reason why it happened is, even yesterday, from the airport, the procession, rain was pouring very heavy. But people, both young, elderly people, they were so committed to stand alongside the streets to wait for the procession with the Fist of Monarchy up. So that already demonstrates that there is spiritual connection between the people of this region, Namibian people, and the founding president. So now, what was the last one?
As far as a government, as a leadership, was maintaining and keeping up that legacy of our founding president.
So to put up the legacy and to maintain it, we as Namibians, especially Kavango East region and Kavango West region, number one is unity of purpose. So if we are not united, we are not going to have peace in our country, in our two regions. And if we don't have peace, there's no development will take place in our country. Now, Vision 2030 is about development. We need to become an industrialized and prosperous Namibia. Now, to achieve that, it requires what we call a peaceful and a united environment, so that in that environment, we are able to leave the legacy of his late president, to say we must build on where he left. He laid the foundation. Now we need now to put up the walls. We need to put up the roof. We need to put the paint. We need to put the painting so that to finish the Namibian house. To me, that is the legacy what you really need to emulate from Tatekulu Nujoma.
Honorable Governor, thank you so much. You have, of course, your duties as the first citizen of the region. We'll let you go now, and of course, to see off the remains of founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. Thank you, Governor. Yeah, thank you. Of course, as you can see there on your screens, the remains of founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, being carried. That is to, of course, the gun carriage being loaded onto the gun carriage. You can see the military personnel there. Just ask the colleagues to give our viewers, of course, a better picture as far as that process is concerned. Of course, they are making their way to the Rundu airport. That is where the remains of the founding president are headed to, where, of course, it will be flown, that is to the Zambezi region. Will be landing at Mpacha Airport. That's expected at roughly 9 a.m. this morning. Now, of course, the procession of the Zambezi region will then begin in a bit. That's, of course, at roughly 10 o'clock this morning, starting from Mpacha Airport to Sam Nujoma Street. Now, Sam Nujoma Street, they will, of course, from Sam Nujoma Street go into, that is the Hage Geingob Street, one of the main streets there as well in the Zambezi region, in Katima, Mulilo, to be specific. And, of course, from Hage Geingob Street, they are expected to make their way to, that is the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. And, of course, on the 24th of February, the procession, of course, will depart from Mpacha Airport to Grootfontein Air Base, where we are expecting, that is the memorial service for the Oshilonjupa region to take place. That's on Monday, the 24th. As you can see there, the remains of founding president, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, being loaded there onto the gun carriage. Of course, the military personnel are aligned, just making sure that everything is in place They will, of course, make their way to the Rundu airport. As mentioned earlier, of course, the government officials are here as well. I can see that is Honorable Minister Albert Kawana, Minister responsible for Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. He was also here, and of course, was also here and just talking to us about basically representing the chief mourner during yesterday's memorial service. Now, Governor Sirka Osiku is also in our midst. She, of course, has been assisting the Kavango East region. They have partnered on this as this memorial service catered to both the Kavango East and West regions. So you can see there the military personnel are just making some touches to the flag. As mentioned, of course, they will head to the Rundu airport where that is the remains of Dr. Nujoma will be flown to Mpacha airport, and he is scheduled to arrive at 9 this morning for the memorial service, for the Zambezi regional memorial service to take place there. Thereafter, the remains of founding president will be flown to Grootfontein. That memorial service will take place on Monday, as indicated. Then on Tuesday, we are expecting that is the Irongo regional memorial service to take place. Whereas on Wednesday, of course, we will see the remains of founding president making their way through the streets of Keetmanshoop to the J. Stefana Stadium in the Klaras region. And of course, that final memorial service will take place on this Friday, on Friday the 28th of that is February 2025 at that is the Independence Stadium. Of course, Saturday is the day on which the founding president will be laid to rest at the Heroes Acre. Will be laid to rest at the Heroes Acre. Of course, that is where the final resting place of founding president Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. As mentioned, the remains are now being taken, that is, to the Rundu airport, whereas it will be flown to the Zambezi region. Of course, the colleagues are hard at work to bring you coverage of that memorial service, with the proceedings starting as of 10 this morning with a procession, and of course ending at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, that is for the main memorial service. There you can see the officials just making sure that everything is in place, as mentioned there from Governor Wakudumo as well, that they felt the onus was on them to see off the remains of founding president Dr. Sam Nujoma. Of course, many of the officials have come out, as well as higher-ranking military officials. They are here to see off the remains of Dr. Nujoma. Well, just reflecting on yesterday's memorial service as well, the governor, Dr. Wakudumo, of course, also touched on some of the key highlights, key speakers there from yesterday's memorial service, particularly, I think, the statement by Joseph Disho, Namibian academic and scholar. He, of course, was also formed part of yesterday's program and spoke to us extensively about the history of Dr. Sam Nujoma, how he came to know Dr. Sam Nujoma as a young journalist back in the States as well. Of course, being assigned to come and cover the Namibian story, to come and find out about this man, that is Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, in a very poetic manner. Of course, a great orator that Joseph Disho is, just bidding farewell to the founding president, Dr. Nujoma. Of course, the traditional authorities were also present here. We had Hompa Alphonse Kaundu of the Mbunza Traditional Authority. We also had Sophia Kanyetu Munjembwe, of the Shambu Traditional Authority present here. And of course, they also extensively spoke about Sam Nujoma, his legacy here, as well as his impact on, that is, some of the local legends, some of the local heroes in the Kavango regions. We also saw there, of course, messages from the SWAPO party represented by Otili Shinduvi, the SWAPO party regional coordinator for the Kavango East region, also speaking extensively there about the legacy of Dr. Nujoma as far as that is concerned, of course, here in the Kavango East regions. There were, of course, also statements. The key statement by the chief mourner, who was represented there by Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security. We, of course, represented, that's Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, who is the chief mourner and continues to do so. We saw, of course, from that is the Umsati region, where Vice President and President-elect Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah represented the chief mourner. Of course, at Tenana in the Ohangwena region, we saw Prime Minister Sarah Kuongwela Madila representing the president there. Of course, yesterday, Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Immigration, Safety and Security, representing the chief mourner here at the Kavango East and West Regional Memorial Service. As mentioned, of course, the remains of founding President Nujoma will be taken to the Rundu airport. The officials are just making some final touches. I must mention, however, that of course over the course of the night it continued to rain. We saw, of course, during the broadcast yesterday as well that there's much rain received here in the town of Rundu, and that continues to be the status quo overnight and this morning as well. Perhaps a promising indication, of course, of the legacy and impact of a founding president. However, I must mention, of course, to our viewers, one key development, one key outcome from yesterday's memorial service, the story of 12-year-old John Kakua. Of course, the people, the community of the Kavango East and West regions really came to the party as far as helping this young gentleman. He is a 12-year-old boy who traversed from, that is, Devundu, of course, make his way here to the town of Rundu and bid farewell to Sam Nujoma. As we heard there from the governor, by the end of last night's proceedings, some 32,000 was collected and more money was still being sent after that. We do understand that John Kakua is, of course, a young boy who was forced to drop out of school due to circumstances at home. And, of course, as far as the legacy of Dr. Nujoma is concerned, no Namibian child should go without education. It was really heartwarming, refreshing to see Namibians from all walks of life come together and, of course, help this young gentleman. Governor Wakuduma also mentioned that they will not be handing these funds over to the family or guardians, but that they will, of course, be making sure that these funds go to the Sam Nujoma Foundation, who in turn will be taking care of this boy. As you can see there, the remains of founding president Dr. Nujoma underway to the Rundu airport, and of course we will continue to keep you abreast as those developments unravel. But of course, as of 10 o'clock, we can expect that is activities around the Zambezi Regional Memorial Service. They will most likely, of course, start with coverage, interviews, etc. as of 10 this morning. There you can see the convoy, quite a large convoy representing the love, the commitment, of course, the support and appreciation for what Dr. Nujoma did for this country. Some of the regional leadership, military leadership, of course, also following, that is the remains of Dr. Nujoma, to see off the remains of Dr. Nujoma at the Rundu airport. For now, we'll continue with updates as they unravel. Of course, we will be bringing them to you as far as we can. For myself and Dishisha Mfungo, we now cross back to studio.
welcome back. Now, indeed, welcome as we continue to mourn that is the legacy of the founding president and Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma. Thank you very much, Ndishishia Mufungu, there for starting off the coverage there as we saw that the casket has begun or commenced with the procession as part of that military convoy on the way to the Rundu airport so that it can be airlifted, that is to Katima Mulilo, for the 4th regional memorial that will be hosted in Katima Mulilo in the Zambezi region. Now, obviously, this marking the 4th day of the regional memorials honoring the founding president, Sam Nujoma, as the nation continues together to pay their final respects. Now, we know that the first memorial began in Etunda in the Umsati region on Thursday and continued in Enana in the Hangwena region on Friday. And the third one was held yesterday at Rundu in Kavango East region yesterday. We saw various speakers coming there from the Asino family representing the children, the family. We also saw the fact that the keynote address was delivered by Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Safety, as well as Immigration. You know, they're talking about that extensive contribution that Nujoma has made to the foundation of Namibia as an independent republic since 1990. We saw Pendukeni Vulaitana, former Justice Minister and Cabinet Minister, as well as being the Vice Chairperson of the Sam Nujoma Foundation, talking about the contributions that the founding president has done. We saw also the various traditional authority also being represented. But however, most interesting part is to saw that 31,000 was raised in honor of Sam Nujoma so that they can be able to assist an identified child, and that 31,000, as we saw also talking about it, that it will be handed over, that is the Sam Nujoma Foundation, so that they can see how they can be able to assist the young man that has been identified. So quite a lot of interesting happenings there. We saw also the inhabitants of Kavango East and Kavango West paying their last respect and tribute in a form of body viewing. They came to say goodbye as a body laid in state, and we do know that the convoy now, that military procession, has made its way now to the airport and is going through Rundu. So very soon we're anticipating that at 7 o'clock, the remains of the founding president will be airlifted from the Rundu airport at exactly 7 o'clock and to be flown at Pacha Airport in Katima Mulilo with an expected time arrival of exactly 9 o'clock. Now, the memorial service that will be held at Katima Mulilo today will be at the Katima Mulilo Complex Stadium. So that is where where the memorial service will be taking place. We also can anticipate that we'll be crossing over to our various reporters in the region for an update ahead of the memorial services. We'll also be ensuring that we'll keep you an update when that is a quarter guard that is expected in terms of receiving the remains at the airport, right here in the Rundu airport, as well as when it arrives in Katima Mulilo, those processions. We hope to also be able to share those visuals with you momentarily. And then obviously at the same time, we have our usual suspect as a reporter, that is Juliet Sibeso, who is in Katima Mulilo Stadium and will give us an update to look at the preparations for the memorial services that are being held today. And we anticipate to also have a guest to simply speak to us on what it meant, when it comes to a spiritual side of things in Namibia and the role that the founding father played. We know that it was not only just about politics, it's not about just the economy, but also the fact that we have a space in which non-state actors such as the various institutions of religion are actually participating in this democratic process of Namibia, and that they are allowed to operate in a manner with non-interference, as we continue to indicate that Namibia is a state. It's a country which is made up of different religions, so we anticipate to be able to pass in studio to be able to join us, and also hoping to speak to another reverend who will give us on their insights on the historical work under Sam Savishuna Nujoma, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation there. But however, we can tell you right now that the remains are in a military procession on the way that is to the Rundu airport, where we are anticipating that they will be airlifted at 7 o'clock and be flown to Pacha Airport in Katima Mulilo. So, however, stay tuned. We'll bring you new stories shortly after this. Welcome. Welcome back. Now looking at news stories making headlines this morning. The Rundu Sports Stadium was packed yesterday after hundreds of mourners from both Kavango East and West gathered to pay homage to the late founding president, Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma. Now, despite the rainy conditions at Rundu, mourners were not deterred and stayed throughout, all in an effort to pay their last respects. Now, Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Albert Kawana, Hompa Alphonse Kaundu of the Mbuza Traditional Authority and Hompa Sophia Kanyetu Munjembwe from the Sampu Traditional Authority were some of the mourners who attended the memorial service. Now, some of the tributes were delivered by Veterans Association and the SWAPO Party's regional leadership in the Kavango. Now, those who took to the stage described the late founding president as a brave but selfless man who had a strong passion for national unity, which ultimately led to the policy of national reconciliation. Now moving on to the Nujoma region, the Grootfontein municipality has passed a resolution calling on all liquor outlets at town to remain closed for business on the 24th of February 2025. This was decided during a special meeting on Wednesday with the aim of ensuring residents and visitors alike give founding President Sam Nujoma a respectable send-off. Now, the Nujoma Regional Governor James Warikwa says closing of these liquor outlets on the day will allow the public to mourn with honor and respect. Now, a memorial service in honor of late Namibian leader was held at Namibia's High Commission in Accra, Ghana, in reflection of the life of the legacy of Dr. Sam Nujoma, the nation's first president. Now, mourners gathered to remember a leader whom they described that as a given dignity to Africans through his exemplary life and leadership. Now, Joao Domingos Batista Coesa, the ambassador of Angola to Ghana, was one of the speakers at the event. Coesa encouraged those gathered not to mourn late Nujoma, but to rather celebrate him as he spoke about Angola-Namibia post-independence relations. Taking a look at some sports news, now the Brave Gladiators proved their dominance over Eswatini by winning their first leg of the Women's African Cup of Nations qualifier. According to coach Woody Jacobs, the Gladiators delivered a brilliant performance against Eswatini. Now, Namibia's Fiola Belet opened the scoring while Yvonne Cooper doubled the lead. It was Hilma Kanyama's third goal that sealed Namibia's victory in the second half. The team took a breather today, but will however tackle the task ahead from Sunday. Congratulations to the Brave Gladiators. An indication, we know that they were saying that they were going to play in tribute to Sam Nujoma. Welcome back now from those news headlines. We know that the remains of the founding president, Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma, laid in state at the Rundu Sports Grounds to allow the nation to pay their last respect. And indeed, we saw now a few moments ago when Ndishishi was speaking to us that the remains are in the military procession that is making its way to Rundu Airport, and the procession will definitively be going through various streets within Rundu, and we anticipate to continue to give you that's an update. And I'm being told that it appears to be that Ndishishi is ready to speak to us, who is on the ground. Ndishishi, good morning once again, and it's over to you.
Begin with the procession starting at the Dr. Sam Nujoma Street, connecting into Hage Gengop, and of course heading to the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. The procession is expected to start at roughly 10 o'clock this morning in Katima Mulilo, whereas the memorial service will take place, of course, a little later on. But the NBC will keep you abreast of all developments, all things as they unravel. So you can see there, of course, the police officials, the military officials who are escorting the remains of founding president Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma. See there, of course, the gun carriage with the remains of Dr. Nujoma. It has been covered with, of course, a canvas of sorts just to protect it from the rain. It has been very rainy these past few days. Of course, but yesterday we really saw a real downpour. But of course, as mentioned, they are making their way. You can see government officials, government vehicles here as well. They are making their way to, that is the Rundu airport, where they will be flying to, that is the Zambezi region. Just reflecting on the times, on the legacy, on the life of this great man. It's Dr. Sam Shafi Shuna Nujoma. You can see they're quite a large convoy, of course, comprising of all officials, all stakeholders to ensure that they do send off this giant, this gallant son of the Namibian soil. He essentially leaves the Kavango regions that he loved dearly, regions that he believed in, could of course be the bread baskets of Namibia. And as you heard there from Governor Wakuduma early on as well, that we need to keep that legacy alive and of course continue that legacy of Dr. Nujoma. You can see the last of the convoy, that is the emergency vehicles, firefighters, the last of the convoy essentially ending. That is the convoy heading to, of course, the Rundu airport. Quite a large delegation, as you can see there, in honor of a very befitting honor, of course, that is of founding President Dr. Sam Shafi Shuna Nujoma. My colleague Francis Shahama is standing by, of course, at the Rundu airport as well. Pardon me, Vanessa is standing by at the Rundu airport. She'll be bringing us their arrival there at the Rundu airport and observing the small ceremony there before, that is, the remains of founding President Dr. Sam Nujoma are removed from the gun carriage and, of course, loaded onto the aircraft where you'll be airlifted, to the Zambezi region, to the Mpacha airport, to be specific. The remains are expected to arrive at roughly 9 o'clock this morning. For now, Lot, it's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Ndishishi, for that update. We saw that the convoy is en route, in procession, that is to the airport, and they will be arriving shortly, as well as the Ndishishi indicating that despite the rains that were projected exactly to us yesterday when we were having an engagement with Colonel Chilumbu, he indicated that 54% it's likely that the rain will pour some showers, and he did exactly that. But however, that did not stop mourners from gathering yesterday to be able to pay their respect. We saw that Dr. Albert Kawana, as indicated earlier, was the chief representative of the chief mourner yesterday, and various hompers that spoke there about the progress that Sam Nujoma has made about the role that he has played in shaping our country. Bonifacius Wakudumo, being the regional governor, emphasizing that spirit of Sam Nujoma should live in each and every one of us, and that it should not end here while he might have departed, and that all legends don't die. That spirit that he has invoked in all of us must continue to be in each and every Namibian, to ensure that we continue to lead, to take off from where he has ended. Obviously, now we know that also in terms of yesterday, what we saw from the stadium is that we saw veterans of the liberation struggles also talking about the various contributions that Sam Nujoma made to, that is, Namibia, and talking about the fact that mourners at the stadium yesterday pledged an amount of, that's over 31,000 to send a young man back to school. That's 12-year-old John Kakua, who traveled about 200 kilometers from the Divundu area to Rundu to witness the memorial service of the late founding president, Dr. Sam Shafi Shuna Nujoma. Indeed, 12 years of age, reminding us of how our elders were determined in terms of commitment to ensuring that Namibia gets liberated. It's exactly the values that this young man is portraying, and hence this contribution is indeed befitting to ensure that he continues to go to school, to be taken care of. After all, Dr. Sam Nujoma was quite equivocal and clear when it comes to the issue of education, ensuring that all children should be educated, all Namibians should have an opportunity to be educated, to be able to continue. And we also had, when we began with this discussions or tributes to, that is, Dr. Sam Shafi Shuna Nujoma, those that spoke from the education sector talked about that is exactly the reason why he started to go and do his master's in geology, and hence he wanted to continue to encourage people, because there is so much to discover in Namibia that we are yet to discover. So hence, we definitely hope that this young man continues in the footsteps of the founding president. And we also saw that the chairperson of the regional council, that is Damien Mambwai, chairperson of the Kavango East Regional Council, says that the late founding president believed that the two Kavango regions are vital hub for agriculture. He also thanked the government of the Republic of Namibia for selecting Kavango East as one of the 7 regions to pay homage to the late founding president. And he gave a special thanks to the SWAPO party for having worked closely with the preparatory committee to make sure that the memorial service in Kavango, for the Kavango regions, remain memorable indeed, and delivering, of course, the key message or key tribute on behalf of the chief monarch was Dr. Albert Kawana, Minister of Home Affairs, Safety and Security, emphasized that traditional leaders from both Kavango East and Kavango West were very close to the late founding president and have worked tirelessly for the development of these regions. Dr. Kawana also assured that as representing the chief monarch, that Seb Nujoma was a man of many visions, and that Dr. Seb Nujoma lobbied for education, which contributed to many Namibians being educated abroad, stating that he was one of the beneficiaries of those policies and many others. So Dr. Kawana, a living example of Dr. Seb Nujoma's commitment to education. Nujoma had a passion for agriculture and had realized that independence without food was not productive. Therefore, he established green schemes in the two Kavango regions, again ensuring that the two Kavango regions must become the center of, or the hub of agriculture, as also earlier alluded to by the chairperson of the regional council. And obviously, we also saw the fact that scholar, Namibian academic and scholar, Professor Joseph Dishu, at the memorial service of the founding president, also indicated Namibia will never forget Dr. Seb Nujoma, as he made Namibians feel that, the country that did not have a name, he gave it significance, where there was, people had no hope, where there was hopelessness, there was no, a sense of belonging. He made sure that he brought hope, he gave them an opportunity, the country got a name, and then he made sure that every single Namibian that's part of the Namibian House was represented. And we saw this through his various appointments of all different leaders who are in government coming from all the different regions, being included in decision making. Disho also further went to say that he met Nujoma in New York when he was just a student, and he said he had so much to be grateful for his contribution, along with others who contributed to the liberation struggle and eventual independence of this country. Now, we also saw that Hompa Sofika Nyetu of the Sambwa Traditional Authority at the memorial service also giving tribute to the late founding president there. Indeed, the Kavango region making sure that they give a befitting tribute and a send-off to the leader of Namibia's liberation movement, the founding president, and the first commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defense Force. We do know that the procession is currently making its way to the Rundu airport, and that Vanessa, one of our colleagues there in Rundu, will be on standby to give us an update as of to what we can anticipate, especially when the quarter guard will take place at the airport, and also to see those faces that are accompanying the remains. We did see that in the convoy that, in terms of the visuals that we were seeing when she was giving us an update in terms of the procession, is that the chief of the Namibian Defense Force, that is Martin Phineas, who is a chief military monarch, as dedicated by the chief monarch, that is His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, as well as the Commander-in-Chief, is accompanying the remains. He is tasked with that responsibility of ensuring that the remains go to all the 7 regions, and he brings them back exactly to the nation's capital as they left Windhoek. So we saw that convoy with also representatives of other generals coming, that is from the Air Force as well as the Navy. Colonel Shilumbu explained yesterday the difference between the various stars, that red represents the Army, blue Air Force, and then that's white representing the Navy. However, we get to go for a short break. We'll be back after this with more coverage. Welcome back now as we continue with a special tribute right now. Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Our colleagues, Ndishishi and Vanessa, are standing by at the airport, and now we are crossing over to them to give us an update. Ndishishi, good morning once again. And what is the situation looking like at the airport? While we're waiting for Ndishishi to connect to us, for the slight delay, we do apologize. We're seeing there that the remains have arrived indeed at the airport, and we're seeing that's a casket that is being carried in the R32G vehicle from the military, and slowly but surely we anticipate to have that is, of course, the quarter guard, so that for the ease of transfer of those remains from the RG32 into the plane, and then prepare, that's of course for airlifting these remains, that is to Katima Mulilo in the Zambezi region, for that is a 4th regional memorial service. We're seeing there that the remains are on the tarmac, and that I think logistics will commence shortly, just to ensure. We do know that there's a quarter guard that is involved in this process. We do know that there are pall bearers. We know that there are bearers that are also involved in this process, that are part of the process, and that obviously to see this process to ensure that it runs smoothly. We also anticipate that the senior leadership in government will also be here to see off these remains, as there's been a practice that began with His Excellency right here in the nation's capital on Thursday. We also saw the same when the remains were seen off in in Oshana at the Andiba Toivo Airport, where we saw the governor, that's of the Angwena region, as well as governor of the Oshana region, seeing off the remains. And we also anticipate that the same will be taking place today. We're seeing there the NDF personnel, and we are also seeing the aircraft there in the background. That is NAF 1962. That is a Y9E plane that is carrying the remains, or that has been tasked with the remains to carry the remains of the founding president to all the 7 regions across the nation. So definitely we anticipate to connect with Ndishishi very soon, so they can just give us an update, so that we can have an update as of to when they can commence the logistics of ensuring that okay. Welcome back. Now, as we see the remains of this gallant son of the soil, or as Dr. Professor Disho indicates, this illustrious son of the soil that remains there on the tarmac. We can see the plane as well. We also did see the governor of Kavango West Region, Srika Osiku. She is there, as well as Victoria Kauma, who is the vice chairperson of the National Council of Namibia, and the constituency councillor for that is Rundu Eben. They are accompanying the remains as we wait for the procession in terms of that is a quarter guard to take place, and for the remains to be loaded onto the aircraft before airlifting them to that is Katima Mulilo. Again, we'll keep you updated as we're seeing there that we're also seeing the bearers that are expected to be carrying the casket, as well as the pallbearers. The pallbearers, we did tell you, they're coming from that is Namibian Defense Force. They are coming from the Namibian Navy. They're also coming from the Namibian Air Force. These pallbearers are tasked with the responsibility of also ensuring that they travel with the remains from region to region. And we're seeing there in the background, we're just anticipating that the procession in terms of moving the remains from the RG-32 gun carriage will take place now very soon onto the aircraft. So we're just waiting, and the moment that commences, we will definitely continue to share those updates with you. It's a little bit after 7. We'd anticipated that the airlifting will start at 7, and obviously the arrival is anticipated for 9 o'clock in Katima Mulilo. But so far, so good. It appears to be that things are still within terms of the time. But however, as soon as there's any update in terms of ensuring that the remains get on the aircraft, we will also continue to update you. However, for now, we'll leave you with those natural sounds in the background and seeing the visuals at the Rundu Airport. Welcome back. As you see there in the visuals, we continue to see the remains of this gallant son of the soil who is being prepared right now to load the casket or his remains onto the plane for them to be airlifted, that is to Katima Mulilo, for the 4th Regional Memorial Service, which is slated to take place at the Katima Mulilo Complex Stadium later today. However, we'll keep you updated as we anticipate the preparations before they take off. Now, continuing with our engagement in honor of his memory and legacy, we begin with another conversation, and we are honored to have Pastor Max with us this morning, Max Mahwanu. He was one of the first pastors leading a church during the era of late founding Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma. Pastor Max witnessed firsthand the role of the church in the fight for independence, the challenges of that time, and how faith played a part in shaping the nation and its benefits that we enjoy today. So Pastor Max Mahwanu now joins me this morning for that engagement. Good morning, Pastor, and welcome to the program.
Good morning, my brother. Good morning to the Namibian.
Okay. Now, Pastor, perhaps take us back before independence. How you describe the relationship between, that's of course the church and the liberation movement at that time that this was through plan?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity accorded to me and speaking to the nation as we are speaking the life of the grandson of the soil, our founding father, a very great person whom we cannot finish talking. Word will not be enough. So we are all knowing in parts, this part and the other part, and together we are completing his life. And today we are adding a little bit of my history with the church and the liberation struggle, although I did not come so a long way, but the little bit I have met, I have experienced myself, and the history that we have gotten from our people, and the history that is written that we are reading. So this is the one that have made up our conversation today. The church have been at the helm of the liberation struggle of this country. And since then, I remember in the foundations, one of the great icon, the Reverend Theophilus Tumangela of the Anglican Church. He even one of the pioneer and the founders of the OPO of those years in the late 60s and later then translated into SWAPO organization. So he was a reverend, but he was a vibrant, very political, in the sense that he did not only directed his voice to the spiritual because he's a reverend, but he went on being the voice of the voiceless in Namibia, where really by then the voice begins strong by him to the extent that the enemy hated him. Several times they have arrested him to the point where he was also poisoned through the apartheid system. And by God's grace, he only came to give up his ghost in the 1990, at least when he have entered the independence that he was fighting for. The church had been alive from the beginning.
Okay. It's good to know that the church indeed played a crucial role. Now, there were moments where the church, we understand that the church was caught up between its spiritual duty and the political reality. Are you able to share with some of the challenges that religious leaders face during this time, or challenges of this nature where, you know, you're eager to spread spirituality, talk about the word of God, but then there's also this political reality?
The truth is the life was not easy. And remember, during that time, mostly the institutions that were hosting the people, like owning the people, it is the traditional authority and the church leaders. These were the foundational of humanity, or we say of people, especially in the northern side of Namibia, where the war was taking part. So as a result, the traditional leader, we are saluting them. The church leader, we are saluting them unto today, because they never shun away from associating themselves to the liberation movement. So at first, they were doing it as a spy background, but later on, they realized, this is not helping. Let us go out. The likes of the Tatekuru Bishop Domain, Cleopas Domain, the then leader of the Lutheran Church, they went out of their ways, sacrificing their life, speaking and even going to the international world, giving petitions and speaking against the injustice that was happening in Namibia by the South African apartheid regime. They never hide it. And that complicated them because then people, they expected only when you are pastor. That's why even today, I say when you speak about politics, no, pastor, remain with spiritual, with the church. But all these things are together. You can't afford to see your people suffering. We are preaching to these people every day. And we are on the far front when they are being suffered by these people. It has to go in to console them. They are in our churches. These things are happening in the eye of pastor. As a result, they never hold back. They fought. And we are continuing where they ended.
We're continuing where they ended.
Yes.
Now, we do understand, Pastor, that many churches also became sanctuaries for activists and freedom fighters. Do you perhaps recall any moment where church played a direct role in offering protection or support to these fighters that were aimed at the focus of liberating their motherland?
My brother, not only once, yes, as I alluded at the beginning that the church had been at the far front. Me, myself, first of all, grown up in the church environment and in the pastor's house. And number two, our first school, remember, the primary school by then was called Bota. It's just behind the Ongwediva College of Education, they now Punyapohamba. It was a school that taught by the Boer with guns. We are in the class, the Boer are the teachers, but they are teaching with guns. They are in uniform. And the church around in the vicinity, SWAPO, guerrillas, they are trying to come in and to bomb, bring havoc. Because remember, the motto is when you want to harm your enemy, hit him where he can feel pain, he can hurt. It's when they are bombing in towns, the infrastructure, that they are able to cause the attention of the enemy. And as a result, whenever they are caught in action, where do they run? They run to the churches.
Sanctuary.
The sanctuary. And they've been hiding there, and as a result, churches suffer. Remember the one action in 1986 when they bombed the Oshigambo High School. By then, it was the school of the Lutheran missionary work. So it was a frustration because of what the church is doing with SWAPO. So as a result, also, they try to frustrate so that, they cause division and cause havoc so that these churches, they are no more going to work with the organization. But they strive forward. They never relent.
They try to break the spirit.
Yes.
But the spirits of our liberators was never broken.
I'm telling you.
Indeed. Okay, Pastor, we get to continue that conversation. We're just crossing over to our colleague, that is Vanessa, who is at the tarmac at the Rundu airport to give us an update. Vanessa, good morning, and it's over to you.
morning, Namibia. We are coming to you that is at the Rundu airport, and we are waiting for the remains of the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, to be loaded into the aircraft where it will be airlifted, that is to Mapacha airport in Katima, Mulilo, that's in the Zambezi region. Now, the remains is expected to arrive at the Mapacha airport by at 9 o'clock. That is on today, the 23rd of February 2025. Now, apart from the remains arriving at the airport, the procession there will immediately proceed, where from the Mapacha airport it will go into the route of Dr. Sam Nujoma, and from Dr. Sam Nujoma then it will proceed, that is follow the route up until the Katima Mulilo, rather the Katima Mulilo, yes, sports complex, where the body will, the main program will start, and the body will lay in state. That's at Zambezi. That's at in the Zambezi region at and at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. For now, we are just waiting for the remains. Behind me, as you can see, the body is still into the military motorcade, where we are waiting for the official way, or the military rather, or the commander in the military, the commander in chief in this particular process to open the motor. Into the aircraft, where it will go to the Mapacha airport in Katima Mulilo. That's over to you, studio.
Thank you very much, Vanessa, for that update. As Vanessa was indicating, that we are waiting for the remains, that is to go onto the aircraft so that they can be airlifted, that is to Mapacha airport in that is Zambezi region, where we're expecting for the 4th regional memorial service to take place today. We do know that in terms of that program, Honorable Erasmus Utoni, who is the Minister of Urban Rural Development, will be the representative of the chief mourner there in Katima Mulilo. Now, Pastor, continuing with our engagement, you talked about the fact that the church, you know, when you're being taught just behind, you know, Nkodiva College of Education, now if you put your campus, you know, you're being taught by, you know, the Boers with guns while they're teaching, and, you know, they ended up bombing Oshikambo as well, because the church was serving to be a sanctuary for those that were only focused on ensuring that our independence from this yoke of colonialism is attained. And, you know, the church also suffers as a result. Maybe they talk to us about how did the church handle this, you know, the bombings, you know, the constant harassment, and how did the church just manage to continue to play its role and eventually to see that, you know, independence was attained in 1990?
I think we can say the spirit of independence and being tired of colonialism. Remember, it did not start only there in the 80s, although it became worsened in the 80s when the South Africa now have recruited more soldiers, and by then they have that notorious kind of soldier, or they called Kufut. That was a notorious one. They harass. They don't care. That's the time in the 80s they come with the Caspers, and those Caspers, they were used now to terrorize people, damaging, destroying homes, home field, and places without any mercy. And of course, this was all perpetrated to break down the spirit of fighting for independence, bringing to calm down the spirit. But I'm telling you, it's like the founding father, his motto, united we stand, divided we are falling. So I think that is the thing, the spirit that have really motivated the leader, the pastors, the church leaders, the traditional leaders, and they were looking forward for Namibia to get independence. The likes of the Tatekuru domains, the Kiriopas, they never shy away. They went to international organization, international world, robbing, and speaking for the church, giving us a voice for the Namibia, and they are speaking against injustice that South Africa is causing, both inside there in South Africa and in Namibia. And their voice were heard. They even went on to speak for sanction. Remember, the pastors, the church, the bishops, they are robbing the world to sanction South Africa. Let there be sanction against South Africa because it does not want to leave Namibia. So the church spirit went just higher and higher. It's like the Bible says, we move from glory to glory. They were moving from glory to glory. The more they are bringing havoc, the more the church is going on. To the extent, I think they established even a day, the 16th June, was known as a World Day of Prayer and Fasting against injustice, and the world have joined. You see how far the church went. The church went. So they make sure Namibia got independence. So they were fighting alongside the SWAPO guerrilla.
Indeed, the church was not deterred. Now, talking about Dr. Nujoma, we know he's known for his strong leadership, decisive leadership, but, behind the scenes, we also know that he was a man who engaged, church leaders and faith leaders. Can you recall a moment, if it's possible, perhaps maybe within the circle of the churches, where he sought counsel from the church?
Of course, of course. Remember, the late President, founding father, is a product of tradition and the church. And those two, he hold them higher. He honor them since then until today. We remember in 1988, even a seat was allotted by our chief of Ukwambi, Tatekuru Ndirimane, at the Etunda Memorial, that in 1988, the late founding father, he summoned the traditional leader in Namibia, the church leaders, the business people, to go and attend a meeting in Zambia. And they went. A group of church leaders, group of business people, group of traditional leaders. They went and he went to meet them. And you know what was the purpose? He went to make them understand what SWAPO was fighting for, and that SWAPO never and will never going to destroy its own people. Because rumors were spread by the Boers and so forth that SWAPO is destroying you and is coming to take away even your leadership here. He's not going to recognize you. You better never work with him. And he mobilized them to the extent that they went and become the biggest support of SWAPO that brought unto independence. So Dr. Nujoma never shy away from the church and the traditional leadership. He worked together with them.
Indeed, that is good to hear, that there is a role between politics as well as traditional authority and the church as well. They all form part of those non-state actors to ensure that the society functions very well. Now, Pastor will continue with our conversation, but we do apologize for that intervention. We'll be crossing over to our colleague, but a little bit later. Now, Pastor, let's talk about the fact that, in the early years of independence, did he ever speak about the role of faith in rebuilding a nation? I know you mentioned that he summoned them to Zambia to speak about the fact that SWAPO is not interested in destroying, the gains that those different institutions have made. It's not interested in destroying traditional authorities. It's not interested in destroying the churches. We know that the church continues to play a role even today in the political setup we have. But did he ever speak about the role of faith in rebuilding a nation? How did he see the church's contribution into a new Namibia? Maybe also looking at the fact that, national reconciliation is again about faith. It's about forgiving. Not that you forget, but you forgiving of what you have gone through.
Yes. Of course, we give praise to our founding father, that even when the new government now take over, and there was a new constitution. According to our constitution, Namibia is a secular state, meaning we're supposed not to have a straight religion, to say. But what he did is, doesn't matter what the constitution say, he remained afraid to Christianity as a religion in Namibia. Until today, we are receiving that honor, and every time, whatever function they are having, whether it's opening of parliament, whatever, they always do it with a prayer. That is an honor given to the church. And every time they are taking swearing in of whatever, especially they are taking charge of the country, the president, they swear on the Bible. That is an honor accorded to the church. And it is the work of the founding father, you know, and we give him credit for that. So the church is together with the government.
Well, Pastor, thank you very much. We continue with our conversation shortly. However, we are crossing over to our very own Dapewa Mbabi, who is in Katima, Mulilo, to give us an update of how the preparations are going in anticipation of the arrival of the remains of Dr. Sam Nujoma, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Dapewa, good morning, and it's over to you and the team. Do apologize. We seem to be having some delayed feedback, but we do understand our colleagues are standing by that this Dapewa Mbabi. Dapewa, good morning once again, and it's over to you, Dapewa.
Lord, thank you so much for joining us. A very good morning to our viewers too. We are coming to you, that is of course live from the Zambezi region, specifically at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, as we continue off bringing you the live proceedings of the memorial services that are taking place in the regions, from the Oshana region, from Umsati region, pardon me, to the Ohangwena region, Kavango East, and now here in the Zambezi region. We continue to honor a great leader, an icon to Namibia, that is the late founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Today in the Zambezi region, the remains will be arriving, the procession will be continuing, and just to give us an update on the safety and security, we're joined by Zambezi's regional commander, that is a commissioner, joining us just to give us an update. And for that update, we're joined by Commissioner Andreas Shilelo. Commissioner, very good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
So, thank you very much for having me, and good morning also.
All right. Commissioner, how are the preparations? How have the preparations been going so far, seeing that we are awaiting the arrival of the remains here in the Zambezi region?
The preparation for security provision for Zambezi region started when last week we received an operational order from the Inspector General of the Namibian Police to make sure that we put up a proper security provision for the memorial service extended to the region for our founding father. And we start, as a region, we start with the security cluster. We mobilize security clusters, all the law enforcement agencies and line ministries in our region. And then also we come up with the order from the governor of the region, where we also convene and establish various committees for this arrangement. And the security cluster, in specific to where I'm the chairperson as the police regional commander, started on Monday. We start engagement on Monday to put in place all these instructions and preparations. As I'm speaking, today is the final day. We already now put everything in place, ranging from the movement control, and also traffic management, and also security in general, and to be specific to the areas that are going to be used by the convoy that will bring the remain of our founding father to the region. Starting from the airport, because we have to start from the airport where the casket will be brought to the airport, and then from the airport it will drive through Trans-Caprivi Highway, leading from the airport side within Trans-Caprivi Highway up to the town of Katima Mulilo. Arriving in the town of Katima Mulilo, it will go through Nujoma Drive or Nujoma Street, and then from there coming up to Goma Street. After Goma Street, it will turn at the office of the governor, and then go straight to the hospital, the government hospital street, and then getting into Hargeikop Street, and that street will lead the convoy of the casket up to the sports stadium. The sports stadium will be the main venue of this event. And then the security arrangement in place is that all those areas that I mentioned here, they are sealed. They are well protected. There is a loot lining, and then the venue is well protected in terms of the movement control, as well as to make sure that all community who are coming to this event, they are free from weapon. Yes, that is the arrangement in place.
All right. But has NAMPO engaged the community and also just the local stakeholders in preparation for the event as to the do's and the don'ts?
The governor, through the governor's office, the governor being the chairperson or in charge of the region, is also the chairperson of the organizing committee, the main organizing committee. A subcommittee was established that have got the stakeholders, the media, and the police. The police spokesperson went with that committee at the radio, and then they start to give the information as far as this event is concerned to the public in the language that they're speaking.
Yes.
So, and the law enforcement party was very well explained, and the community are aware. They know what to do through that information given. And also the police this morning, they went on the routes also with a speaker to inform the community that as the casket is going to pass through, the community to stand where they are. If there are children, they should be under the care of their parents, and then they will just be watching as the casket is passing through those areas and wave and so on. This is an arrangement that is repeated by the law enforcement as well as the media that was tasked to make sure that this information is given.
All right. Now, how does the Namibian police view its role in safeguarding national events of this magnitude, specifically for the Zambezi region?
It is our obligation, it is the police obligation to maintain law and order. And as such, we prepare ourselves in that line to make sure that during this type of event, although this is not an easy event to organize in terms of security because the number of the community, but we view this event as a challenge to us, but as an obligation of the police. We have to make sure that we put in place all necessary security arrangements and making sure that we cooperate or we work together with our community. As you see, if you are in this event, you will see community policing, more community policing working together with the police. So it's just to augment the number of the police and making sure that the security is guaranteed.
All right. Commissioner, yesterday we engaged the governor and he mentioned that the Katima Mulilo border is open 24 hours. Can you just talk to us about that? Can you just give us an update?
We have a Katima Mulilo border post. That is the border post that linked us to our neighbor country, Zambia. This border is 24 hours open. It can't be closed for this event. There are many goods that going through Zambia to other countries. There are a lot of trucks. Trucks coming as far as Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Democratic Republic of Congo, and this whole Zambia, including part of Botswana. They are all going through this area. So it's not only Katima Mulilo, even in Goma that is not operating 24 hours is also open. What we put in place is just a proper security arrangement, beef up the security at that site, and we have enough custom and immigration officer to make sure that that routine is just going on as usual. Yeah. So that is the arrangement that we put in place with all stakeholders that or integrated border management, law enforcement that are at the border post. So the service will continue because it's 24 hours. If we stop that service to continue, then it will bring a lot of traffic congestion. Therefore, it is just going to be a continuation of the flow of the traffic as usual.
All right. Well, Commissioner, perhaps before we let you go, what is your message to the residents of the Zambezi region this morning as we await the remains, for the arrival of the remains of, that is, the late founding president?
My message to the community should remain calm. The community should remain calm. It is a sorrow day as we are mourning our leader. And the community were informed in the language that they speak. They should follow the advice that was given to them to make sure that those who are going to be on the street, they stand where they are, waving as it was directed. And those who are coming, they should to come. They should to come to the sports stadium. And the only message I have is they should to come free from weapon. They should leave anything that related to weapon behind, because they will go through the check, and this check is very, very serious, and we need the cooperation. So community also out there, if they see anything strange, anything suspicious, they should report it to the police immediately. So that is the only message that I have, because we will spend the whole night. The body of our founding father will remain here for this coming night, which means it will stay on or remain in state in the region. And the information that was given is that those who will come to view, they should to come. So the police are here to receive them and direct them where to go.
All right. Well, Commissioner, thank you so much for talking to us, and we await to see how everything goes for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. That was the Zambezi's Regional Commander, Commissioner Andreas Shilelo, talking to us, kindly just giving us an update with regards to safety and security as we await the remains, that is, of the founding president, Dr. Sam Chafishuna Nujoma, a revolutionary leader and also an icon to Namibia. As I mentioned earlier, from the Omusati region to Ohangwena, Kavango East, and today in the Zambezi region. Now, when the remains arrive at the region, it will be arriving, that is, at Pacha Airport, and from Pacha Airport we'll be going, that is, all the way to the Sam Nujoma Avenue, from the Sam Nujoma Avenue all the way into the Hagegengop Street. And after the Hagegengop Street, we will be coming here at, that is, the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the memorial service will be taking place. Well, we'll take a break, and when we come back, we continue off with more conversations.
Welcome back. We're seeing those visuals as the loading of the casket as well as the gun carriage that accompanies the funeral procession of that military procession carrying the remains of the founding president is still being loaded onto the plane, and we anticipate that they will be done shortly, sometime after 9, exactly 8:19, slightly behind time, but definitely hoping that they can be able to take off very soon. Now, we do have our colleague again, Dapewa, who is in Katima, Mulilo, that is the sports complex where the 4th Regional Memorial Service will be taking place, and she is ready for us with another interview. Dapewa, good morning, and it's back to you once again.
Thank you so much, Lord. We're still coming to you live from the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the memorial service will be taking place here in the Zambezi region. We do understand that the remains are still at the Rundu airport and will be taking off any time now, arriving in the Zambezi region at Mpacha Airport, from Mpacha Airport to the Dr. Sam Nujoma Avenue, which is the longest avenue or road that is in the Zambezi region, specifically in Katima Mulilo. Then the remains, the procession will be, of course, going, that is, into the Dr. Hagekengop Street, and then right here at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. But as we continue to celebrate the life of the late founding president, we now speak to historian and archaeologist, that is Dr. Elliot Moa, just to give us an update as to how we can basically best remember the founding father. Well, Dr. Moa, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for making time to talk to us.
Thank you so much.
All right. First things first, what does the Zambezi region symbolize in political and historical, in history, pardon me, when we speak about the legacy of Dr. Sam Nujoma?
Well, the Zambezi region symbolizes a couple of things. Remember, this is the arm that sticks out of Namibia.
That's right.
And it actually links several countries: Angola, Zambia, Botswana, and slightly part of Zimbabwe. Not really. We do not have a border that we don't share a border with Zimbabwe, but we do have close proximity. So that in itself actually helped the SWAPO party, which under the leadership of His Excellency the late our founding father, to connect with other African within the SADC region in countries that were independent, particularly Zambia. So it symbolizes unity, and also it symbolizes territorial integrity, or integrating Namibia to the rest of Southern Africa. But most importantly, though, it symbolizes an avenue or a conduit which the founding father found befitting in connecting the rest of the liberation struggle movement to ferry weapons as well as the planned fighters from Zambia launching attack in Namibia, in northern part of Namibia. So it symbolizes that, and also it symbolizes the territorial integrity, that so much so that this region was contested, as you know. At some point before the 1960, before the guerrilla warfare, this region was actually governed from Pretoria, not from Windhoek, like the rest of the territory. So what that entails is that it was kind of isolated. But through the efforts of the founding father, he mobilized support from the locals, ensuring that they joined the liberation struggle movement. So the likes of Greenwell Matongo, the likes of Brendan Simbwai, founded KANU, actually were integrated within the liberation movement. And all these were under the leadership of our founding father, who we are memorizing today.
We definitely see that you're a historian. Thank you so much for that history lesson there. But seeing that the memorial service is taking place also in the Zambezi region, what do you think this means for the residents of the Zambezi region?
It casts a sense of unity and a sense of belonging, that the residents of this region belong to the greater Namibia and have a shared commonality with the founding father.
Yeah.
And you may notice that during the independence, in 1990, during independence, actually this particular region hosted several political movements, and as well as campaigns. It was contested in that fashion. So having to celebrate the memorial of the founding father in this way, actually it kind of brings the people, the diverse ethnic groups within this region together to feel that they are an integral part of Namibia as well. Remember, in this region there were political upheavals even after independence, where there were other groups of people, of course, who wanted to secede the region from the rest of Namibia, citing that, well, it's not an integral part of Namibia, but the founding father, under his leadership, ensured that the independence that was fought, so hard fought, with the residents or the people from this region is maintained. And honoring him in this particular region actually fosters that sense of unity and belonging. And of course, the people who are going to give speeches here on this memorial, of course, are going to highlight their experiences, of course, first-hand experiences with the founding father. And that kind of fosters a shared sense of unity on the struggle, as well as triumph that we overcame together as a unity. So actually it sends a message out there that the Zambezi region is in fact an integral part of Namibia as a whole.
What do you think the younger generation can learn from Dr. Sam Nyoma's contribution, specifically here in the Zambezi region?
Well, the late founding father shared a couple of principles, and of course these principles were borrowed from the greater movement, anti-colonial movement within the Pan-Africanism movement in the 1960s. That is of unity. Actually, Kwame Nkrumah has said that the forces that divide us are extrinsic, and the forces that unite us are intrinsic. In other words, internally we are united, and the forces that are dividing us are externally. So the young people can learn a couple of things. One of them is resilience. The founding father was resilient during the liberation struggle movement. He made sure that independence was achieved by all means. Of course, peaceful means through the United Nations petition were also on the table, but also militarily. That by all means, if South Africa, apartheid South Africa, was unwilling to give away independence to Namibia, we will take up arms. So it's resilience, it's commitment to freedom that was so hard fought, as well as justice, ensuring that the marginalized, the unequal distribution of resources between different people and ethnicities and races within Namibia is equally shared. So that was some of the principles which the founding father shared, which the young people actually can learn or can garner from this memorial service.
And I think if it's one thing that we'll definitely both agree on is the fact that he will always be remembered in the history books. He is the founding president of Namibia and also the father of the nation. How best can we honor his legacy?
Well, the best way we can honor his legacy, of course, is by taking on the principle that he stood for, the principle and the values that he stood for. So by ensuring that we foster a spirit of unity and intolerance to disunity, we are honoring the founding father in a profound manner. And also by ensuring that we serve the Namibian nation. Selflessness was one of the underlying principles of the liberation struggle movement, which the founding father stood for. The sons and daughters of this particular region who went out there, who sacrificed to put their lives on the line, those who passed on, did not do that out of their own desire. They did that because they cared for the greater Namibia, which means they were selfless. So those principles, if we uphold them, will be actually honoring our founding father in a profound way, and his legacy will live on.
All right. Well, Dr. Moa, thank you so much for talking to us, and we definitely aim to honor the late founding president's legacy. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, that was Dr. Elliot Moa, who is a historian, kindly just talking to us there as to how we can honor the legacy of the late president, and also just to give our viewers an update. The remains are still at the Rundu airport and will be taking off any minute now. And with that, they will be arriving here in the Zambezi region, that is at Mpacha Airport. From Mpacha Airport, the processions will begin. That is in the longest road, that is in Katima Mulilo, that is the Dr. Sam Nujoma Avenue, from the Dr. Sam Nujoma Avenue to the Dr. Hagegengop Street, and then coming right here where the memorial service will be taking place at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. Just to give you an update as to the program for today, we will be, that is of course, witnessing the arrival of the general public, as well as the family members, the veterans of the liberation struggle, the service chiefs, the dignitaries, and also the traditional leaders later on. That is right here. We'll also witness the arrival of the children and also the arrival of the casket after the procession that will be taking place in Katima Mulilo, where we are. And then after that, we will be, that is of course, witnessing the national and AU anthems that will be sung here, and of course a performance from the Roman Catholic Mass Choir. Some of the speakers that will be, that is of course, delivering their tribute today will be, that is of course, Honorable Dr. Richard Nchabi Kamwe, who will basically be speaking on behalf of the veterans and also the liberation struggle. Will also be having a message on behalf of the family, a message on behalf of the four traditional authorities. Will also be delivered, that is of course, by Honorable Albius Kamwe, who is the chairperson of the Zambezi Ngabelas Forum. We'll also be seeing a performance that is by the Namibian Defense Force Military Band, and after that a message that is of the SWAPO party by Code Dorothy Kabula, who is the acting SWAPO party regional coordinator right here in the Zambezi region. After that, we will get a message from the governor of the region, that is from Lawrence Sampofu, and after that we'll also get, that is a message or a tribute that is of course by the chief mourner, who is representing, that is the president of Namibia, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and that message will be delivered, that is of course, by the Minister of Urban and Rural Development, Development, that is Honorable Erastus Utoni. And after that, we will be getting the vote of thanks by John Temwa, who is the mayor of the Katima Mulilo town. We'll also get announcements from the director of ceremony, a benediction by Father Jins George from the Roman Catholic Church. And after that, the viewing of the body will start, and the body will be lying in state. That is for the duration of the evening, where before it departs tomorrow, that is, of course, to Grootfontein. Well, that is all we have for you, coming to you right here from the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. That is all we have for you for now, but throughout the day we'll definitely be bringing you the memorial service, that is as soon as the remains arrive right here in the Zambezi region. Well, preparations are definitely in full swing. We definitely do see everybody streaming in, coming, that is for the memorial service, just doing the last and final touches, and we'll definitely be sharing that update with you on our social media platforms on NBC Digital News. Don't forget, you can always tune in onto the NBC Plus app as we give you an update, that is, of course, of the regional memorial services. We definitely saw that the regional memorial services kicked off, that is in the Musati region, all the way to Hangwena region, then yesterday in the Kavango East region, and today in the Zambezi region. Well, Lot, it's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Ndapewa, for that update. Now, Ndapewa and Babi, they're providing us an update, that's it, from the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the 4th Regional Memorial of the late Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma, founding father and father of the Namibian nation, will be held later, also indicating that we anticipate the arrival of the general public was from 12:30, but most importantly, once the remains have arrived at Pacha Airport in Katima Mulilo, they will proceed through the Dr. Sam Nujoma Avenue and then linking on to the Dr. Hagegengop Street and then making its way, that is, to the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the memorial will be held. That's within the Katima Mulilo urban constituency. Now, we do know that in terms of the theme for this 4th Regional Memorial is celebrating a revolutionary, honoring an African icon, at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, Katima Urban Constituency in the Zambezi region. And the program will be directed by Honorable Heather Sibungo, who's a Deputy Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, as well as Mr. Alfred Ilukena, a veteran of the liberation struggle indeed. And then we also know that the remains that is, of course, the remains have already been loaded onto the plane, and we will be sharing with you visuals the moment the plane is on the taxi and on the runway, and then before eventually taking off, that is to ensure that the remains are headed, that is for Zambezi region in Katima Mulilo. Now, Pastor, we're talking about some of those attributes of Sam Nujoma. We're talking about some of the contributions that the church has made towards the liberation struggle. We're talking about some of those. You also highlighted the fact that, the issue of reshaping Namibia, such as taking the oath of office when going into office, or issues such as, prayer, the fact that every time we're having an activity, even now when we are mourning him, we start with a prayer, and that is in honoring of this recognition of his, his dedication and the role that the church has played, even though Namibia being a secular state, it is through his leadership that this has become a practice which is ongoing.
Oh, yes. Mm. And remember, we do not know for how long it's going to go like that. Yeah. Each one comes, they have their own things, but we give accord to our founding father. Really, he have the church at his heart. And that's one thing, you will never take it away from him. Some people, there comes a time when he stood up to take some measures against mushrooming churches that were uprising, that is after independence. Remember, he did it for the love of the country. Yes. Because he know church has been used by the enemy before, and it can also be used. He was not offshore. Where is these things come from? Do they want again to recognize? That's why, as a leader, ruthlessly, you have to safeguard, to protect, to preserve the vision of independence of Namibia. It is in his custody. And every man with a vision, you have to do that. But even when he make those statements, he stood up to, there was never a person, a preacher, who was arrested because he was preaching. No matter.
No matter.
Just a voice of the leader to stabilize and bring order in the nation. And we give credit for him for that.
Indeed.
That's why we are having order until today.
Indeed.
Yes.
We must give credit where it's due.
Yes.
That foundation that he has laid, we continue to enjoy those peace and benefits as a result of that interventions that he has made. Now, for those who had personal encounters with him, perhaps, and from your observation, what stood out about his character when he came to the matter of faith and spirituality? We know that you said he summoned leadership to Zambia. He ensured that the church continues to play a role. But when it comes for the personal encounters that you might have observed, and when it comes to faith and spirituality, what stood out for you?
A lot of things have stood out, but I speak of unity, peace, and reconciliation. This has been his song wherever he is, and is the message he gives to the church. The church must unite the people. The church must foster reconciliation of both unity in the families, unity in the working environment, never to be lazy. He does not want people to become lazy, including the church. So that's the man of that caliber.
The important, maybe perhaps we take this issue of peace for granted. We don't appreciate it hard enough. But maybe from your context as a man of faith, maybe just talk to us. Why was it important for us to adopt the principle of, we talked about that, we have not forgotten how our ancestors, our forefathers were treated, how they were brutally killed. But, instead of saying we are going to go back to revenge and do what was done to us, he led the concept of saying we are going to do national reconciliation so that we can try and move this forward. How important was that at the pivotal moment? And considering there were still those that were thinking about, maybe it's now my time to do what they've done to us.
Remember, this man, one thing he have done, I served also in the army. I was a soldier. And one thing is, a major role he played, remember at the very foundational beginning, these were the enemies. Those who were serving in South Africa, SWATF and soldiers, and the planned combatant, bringing them together and he make them to lay down in one barrack, in one camp, and having the same weapon. But they were able to just take each other as brother, and they stay together in a peaceful manner. That is a major works of reconciliation, meaning he did not only speak, but he went on to bring it, enforce it in the people themselves who were involved in the reality. And really, it emerged good. At the first, it was not easy, but I'm telling you, to the extent he have established preaching centers and putting up what we call chaplains that are spearheading in the camps. Every base have a chaplain to see to it that they take care of the spiritualities of all these people, counseling, fostering healing, fostering this process of peace, knowing that, I'm telling you, when you lose peace, a nation without peace, there will be no national development.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed. Like always, even the late Dr. Gengop always keeps saying that, peace is very expensive.
Yes.
War, it's not something to be enjoyed. People always think about it. It's always easy to burn things and to destroy, but to restart again and to set up a country is a very difficult one.
It was during his reign, the uprising of Katima, remember,
1999, yes.
Yes. And see how he have fostered, within a period, I think, of 6 days, within a week, there was calmness, like there was no war started in there. But it's the thing that was a fire sparked that was supposed to burn the whole country. But through him, because he know the value of peace, he never allowed. You see the issues of Caprivi, Siseke, is it, there was that island, the conflict, through him, he's a man of peace. He say, we can't afford to go back in the war again. War is not the solution for any conflict. Let us have a peaceful discussion. And that is the thing he's instigating in us. And that is the spirit that's known for every Namibia, wherever you go. The first thing they are asking, where you come from? Oh, the peaceful country. Namibia, the peaceful country. And it is our brand.
It is your brand.
And we need to hold it together. We need to safeguard it. We need to keep it.
Okay.
Thanks to the founding president.
Indeed. Pastor, as we conclude our conversation, as the remains of the founding are about to leave one region to move on to the next, and if you look at the fact that it's a Sunday today, how do you think Namibians should remember Sam Savishuna Nujoma? How do you think the church should look at him, maybe talking about the contribution that he has helped, shape the church, the fact that we live in a secular society, we've got different denominations that are in Namibia. It's also because of his leadership. I mean, he possibly could have decided to go with one. But, we've got these different denominations. We've got the Council of Churches in Namibia. How overall should, not necessarily just Christians, but the different denominations, how should they view the founding president as right now we are preparing to lay him to rest?
Thank you very much. I've been looking forward for this question and this opportunity because the burning issue in me. And first of all, I want to thank the leadership, our president, and all the leadership for giving this accord, moving the body or the late, our founding father, throughout all the region, of which he deserved it. But I don't want them to have, to know or to believe they have done enough. We will never do enough for this man. Because what he have done for this nation, no one else is going to do. And remember, whatever we are doing it for all the foreign heroes. Everything he is carrying on his shoulder is for the foreign heroes. We talk of the Mandume Demfayo, we talk of Hendrik Vetboy,
Jacob
Marengo, all the talk all of them wherever they are now. They are watching us, how we are called, what we are doing to this man. And they either are going to applaud us or they are going to get angry on us. But I'm saying, and I'm requesting, I have several requests here to our government. Number one, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba is not yet late. Me, I want, if it could be in my power, and this is my plea, the body is going to come back in commerce. One day of Saturday as a public holiday to bury our hero, we are saying the father of the nation, it's not enough. Thursday, his arrival back, let there be no school. Friday, let there be no school. And all the school in commerce, they are lined up from the late house all the way around where he's going to pass through because they are going to do the procession around Windhoek. All the school children in their school uniforms, lining up, and we are giving a befitting farewell to our founding father, what we call our icon. Let Mr. President Nangolo Mbumba, it's still in your power. You can still do it. It's not too late.
I understand there's a street procession that will be taking place in Windhoek already.
Yes, there is street procession, but we do not know. I'm saying the lining up of all school. Let there be no school. Life must not be normal. It's a father who's passed on, and the life must just go on. No, let there be, more especially in school. I mean, in Windhoek, commerce, Thursday and Friday, so that all the children, school children, are being released to go and line up. Those who are in Avis, in towns, all those public schools, they must line up there. And the other school, they are joining. And we make that kind of procession to give a befitting honor to our founding father. And another thing, the request is for the SWAPO office and the governor, office of the governor of commerce. They must put resources together, print out T-shirts with the picture of the late president and the rest in peace behind. And they are going to give. They did it with an election campaign. They were handing over a T-shirt randomly. They can still do it. It's not too late. Then all of us, we are going to have those T-shirts in different color of the Namibia flag. And we are going to dress. Let them do it. They can do it. It's possible. Number 3, I'm requesting on behalf of the church which you ask what we want to honor, on behalf of the church, my family and the church that I'm leading, that the University of Namibia be named in honor of Dr. Sem Nujoma University, and his statue be elected at the front with his gown of graduation, because that is a school he had been a first chancellor and established, and he went to school there. Let us do that honor for him, for generation to generation, for the love of his education. And the last one, Walvis Bay Airport must be named Dr. Sem Nujoma Airport. We want to see that happening, and it's now. Why? It's where he started working. And he fought for that also, Walvis Bay, to come back to Namibia when South Africa was refusing. So let us give him that honor. We will never honor him enough. But the little we are doing, I'm telling you, even the foreign heroes, they are going to appreciate us. So the government leaders and all the more, especially the SWAPO, they must see to it that these requests are being realized.
Well, Pastor, thank you so much for those requests and indicating that we can never do enough for this man who has done so much for us. He took up the fight that was for his generation, and the aim was independence. He has delivered. The aim was stability, peace, reconciliation, and, to allow Namibia to flourish and to ensure that Namibia has officially free. So, Pastor, however, thank you very much for making time to share with us the relationship between the founding as well as the church.
Thank you. Finally, my prayer is just for all the people, more especially the team that on the ground. They must be assured we are with them. And we are praying for them with strength. We know it is so tiring, but the whole Namibia, we are behind them.
Thank you,
very
Reverend.
Much. Bless Namibia.
We are returning to, that is the Rundu Airport. We understand that the engines have officially started. That is for Namibian Air Force 1962. That is the Y9E plane that will be carrying the remains of the founding president. We know that it is late. It's due to fly to, that is Katima Mulilo, Pacha Airport, that is the Zambezi region, where the remains will be received there in Katima Mulilo, and then after being received at the airport, will then proceed into the Dr. Sem Nujoma Avenue, and then the Dr. Hage Gop Street, and then proceed to, that is the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the 4th Regional Memorial will be held. As you can see there in the background, definitively the engines are rolling, and anytime we'll anticipate that the Y9E carrier, that is one of the 2 planes that were commissioned last year by Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief, that will be carrying, that is carrying the remains of the founding president there. And we anticipate any time for them to be taking off, indeed, carrying their first mission, commissioned last year, December, and coincidentally, their first mission is to carry the remains of the first Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force. This Commander-in-Chief is also the one who established the Namibian Air Force just before retiring as the head of state in 2005, where he successfully handed over power to his successor, that is Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, the 2nd President of the Republic of Namibia. If you didn't catch up earlier in our earlier engagements, also just to inform you that the NAF that is standing on the plane represents the Namibian Air Force, and 1962 on the plane represents the year in which the current chief of the Namibian Defense Force, Phineas Martin, was born. So definitely not also forgetting that he was the first commander of the Namibian Air Force. So indeed also befitting, as you're seeing there in the visuals, they are about to take off, and we'll continue to share those visuals with you as the moment the plane starts to go on the taxi and then on the runway, and then eventually gets to take off. That is for Katima Mulilo, and also keep you updated with our colleagues who are at Katima Mulilo Pacha Airport the moment those remains arrive. So we'll leave you with these visuals right now at the airport in Rundu as the plane prepares to take off. Welcome back. If you're just seeing those visuals there from the Rundu airport, we understand the plane was taxiing, meaning it's making its preparation for takeoff. At the same time, we also saw the Falcon, the presidential Falcon that is mostly used by the president, members of cabinet, and other government dignitaries. That is a 900B also taking off. We do know that family members as well as senior dignitaries are also being accommodated to ensure that they follow these funerals that are taking place in the various regions across the nation. We know it all started off here in the nation's capital, landed in that is in Ondangwa at the Andiba Airport, and it did the same yesterday by landing at the Rundu Airport. It is now anticipated to depart from the Rundu Airport to go to that Sampacha Airport in Katima Mulilo, in Zambezi region, where the 4th regional memorial will be held in that is Katima Mulilo at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. As you can see there, the plane has takeoff. It was given instruction. It's taking off indeed, and it's in the air. And shortly, it will be followed by the Falcon. But the plane has taken off indeed, and it's making its way to Pacha Airport in the Katima Mulilo. And right now, it will be followed, that is, by what we normally refer to as a presidential Falcon jet that will also be following shortly to make its way to that Pacha Airport in Katima Mulilo. And we will be keeping you updated. And as a matter of fact, we'll be crossing over to Katima Mulilo to Juliet Sibeso, who is on standby to give us the latest in terms of what we can expect in the Zambezi region. Juliet, good morning, and it's over to you and the team. Good morning once again, and it's over to you and the team there in Zambezi region. How is the mood like in anticipation of the remains of the founding president?
And we've been told we are waiting takeoff from the Rundu airport, shortly arriving in maybe 30 minutes or so. But before we show that, we want to engage with some of the regional leaders as well as national leaders who chose to come and meet the remains of the founding president and the entourage. With me is the former Deputy Minister for Works and Transport, James Sankwasa. Thank you so much for joining us, and good morning.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Namibia, all the fellow listeners and the dear mourners of the whole country.
Now, Honorable, we wanted to know the significance of hosting the memorial in Zambezi region. For you, what is the significance of having been one of the chosen regions to do so?
Let me take it to the fact that what we are paying respect to the founding father. Now, when we say founding father, it means something was found. Now, this region's contribution to the liberation struggle started way back in the 60s when the region formed the KANU, and then there was the OPO, or OPC, OPO, and the KANU. So these were the forerunners of the current SWAPO that we have today. So it is significant, therefore, that even the liberation front was this region when the war started, the war of liberation. So Caprivi at that time, which is now Zambezi, was the host of all the liberation fights that was there during the liberation period. Therefore, you find that significant contributors like Tobias Hanyako was assassinated here, was killed here. So many heroes. So the founding father, therefore, his vice president during the liberation struggle was Brendan Simbwaye. He is acting, the one who was in place of Comrade Brendan Simbwaye was Mishek Muyongo, all hailing from this region. This is how significant the foundation of the liberation struggle is to this country, from this region. And therefore, it is befitting for our departed founding father to come and pay his last visit to the region, and for the residents of the region to pay their last respect to the men they have known, to be the father, to be the mentor and the director of all the action that we do today. Because you appreciate the fact that before independence of this country, there was not even a road network connecting Katima and the Rundu. There was nothing. All this you see today came after independence, under his leadership. We didn't have the University of Namibia here. We didn't have all these mushroom colleges that we have, even secondary schools. So all these came under his leadership. Therefore, it is befitting for us to pay our last respect, to appreciate that God gave us a leader who understood our problems and who was there to chart the direction of which we must go. First and foremost, this development came because Namibia, at independence, Southwest Africa by then, was divided into all ethnic groups. This is how we must pay respect to the old man. Was divided into administration for Caprivi, Kavango, according to various tribes, and they were homelands. But because of the reconciliation policy that he brought, all these tribes reconciled and accepted each other as one, Namibia, one nation. And there was even South Africa put up SWAPO. Kill. So these were two trained killers. But under the leadership of this founding father, these two trained killers were brought into one, and there was no single blood shed in this country like we see with other African countries, where people would have turned against themselves and killed themselves. It never happened. This is why we really, from my point of view, I personally appreciate the old man.
Now, of course, when we speak of reconciliation, especially, as well as unity, we tie in countries such as Botswana, Zambia, and Zim, who also played a role in assisting with the liberation struggle and independence. Of course, we have been told that we have delegates from Zambia and Botswana who are confirmed to be joining us for today's memorial. Any remarks on that?
Yes. Zambia, Western Province, because Caprivi by then was the war front. And the plain fighters on the liberation struggle were based in Western Province. So which is adjacent to Katima, Mulilo. Botswana, if you look at it, Botswana contributed in that peacemaking. And then secondly, the other point you must credit to our founding father, the possible conflict on Kasikili, which our founding father managed to peacefully resolve. And we still remain friends with Botswana. Thank you.
Now, of course, we can't let you go before we ask for a personal, significant moment that you recall when you think of Nujoma, as well as maybe one of his visits to the Zambezi region.
I first personally met our founding father in Okatana when he came from exile during the second star rally of SWAPO. I also traveled with them to Katima, 1989, where we had the third star rally. And the climax of my meeting with him was when we were trying to serve him lunch. He said, everybody sit down, and I was served personally by him by putting a piece of meat and fish on my plate when he was serving everybody. To me, that was the climax of my life in his leadership. Yes.
Any last words to the family as well as the nation?
My condolences to the Kondombolo family, that your loss is not your loss alone, but we all as Namibians have lost, because the founding father was just born in your family, but he became a property of the nation. So we all have lost. My condolences to Comrade Utoni and the siblings and the Mekulu, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now, of course, that was the former Deputy Minister for Works and Transport, James Sankwese, just reminiscing of his time with the founding President, Dr. Sam Nujoma. Now we welcome the Governor of the Zambezi region, that is Lawrence Nsapofu, just to tell us some of the preparations that have been made coming from Pacha Airport towards the complex where the memorial service is expected to be hosted. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us once more, I assume.
Good morning. Good morning.
Mm-hmm. Now, we are waiting for the remains to take off from Rundu Airport and land at Pacha Airport. Just talk to us about the preparations that have been made and how we are moving from this airport to the complex.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, the airplanes already left Rundu. They are coming now. Yeah, we did our preparations. The regional preparatory committee with its subcommittees put everything in place. The route from here is through Caprivi Highway to Katima Mulilo town. Then when we reach there, we turn right into Sam Nujoma Drive, then go around up to joining the Ngoma road. Then we turn left towards the Zambezi General Council building. Then we turn left into Hospital Road. Then when we reach the center of our town, we turn right into Hagegengob Street, then to the venue, which is the Katima Mulilo Stadium. We are appealing to our people to stand along the roads, 10 meters away from the road, waving their flags, whatever flag they have, or hands, to say goodbye to our founding father. Yeah, we feel so proud to be given this opportunity to have this memorial service here in Zambezi region. And though it's painful and all this, we have to do it. And our hearts are very down, but let's give our founding father a dignified memorial service.
Now, Governor, of course, you have been speaking about singing songs and praising and waving, which sounds like you're promoting a celebration of his life instead of too much crying and sorrow. Why is it important to do so?
Yeah, it's important to do so. We are not here to... Those who are crying, they can cry. It's normal. Yeah, but waving the flags and all this is respect also of saying goodbye to our founding father. So that's what we appeal to our people to do as the casket will be passing by. Yes.
Now, of course, you are a retired colonel who was also part of the liberation struggle. Talk to us about one of the significant moments that you remember or recall when you think about the founding president.
Yes, I met the founding president in December 1975 in Oshatoto base, western province of Zambia. That time we just finished with our training. He came to talk to us, and we had that opportunity to come closer and see him. After that, he was always coming. Whenever, because we were fighting, we attacked many camps at Kamenga and Singalamwe. Whenever there was an attack, we successfully, he will come and say thank you to us, and also to encourage us to fight hard so that we get our independence. After that, many of us were transferred to Angola in 1978. But before that transfer, we attacked Katima Mulilo base on the 23rd of August 1978. We destroyed that Katima base successfully, heavy casualties on the enemy. Then we went to Angola. We carried on with our struggle in Angola. We fought many battles there until the Boers surrendered. Yes.
Now, of course, so much has been said about the late founding president, his spirit of reconciliation, unity, peacekeeping, both before and after independence, as well as promoting economic independence as well. Now, if there's one thing that people can take from or learn from and carry on now that he is no more, what is it that you think it would be?
Yeah, we are saying the founding father is a Pan-Africanist. So he commanded the Namibian Defense Force to participate in United Nations peacekeeping missions. Myself too, I participated in Eritrea and Ethiopia, and also in Central Africa and Chad, with many others. So that's Africanism. And inside here in Namibia, he promoted economy, to advance economy. And here in the Zambezi region, as we know, he brought the rice project at Kalibeza. That's very important for this region. And we remember also the 2nd of August 1999, he commanded the Namibian Defense Force to crush that rebellion of Muyongo. Within 6 days, everything was over. And then we had the problem of UNITA attacking our people between Kongola and the Divundu. So the commanding officer, the chief in command of the Namibian Defense Force, he commanded also the Namibian Defense Force to put up follow-up operations into Angola, 200 kilometers deep in Angola, and destroyed the UNITA bases within that range. Then there was no more attacks between Kongola and Divundu. So he brought a lot to us.
Now, Governor, of course, you have a lot to say, but I'm sure we will have time during the day. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Yeah.
That was, of course, the governor for the Zambezi region, Lawrence Sampo, who just giving us an update of what to expect from today, as well as reminiscing on some of the times during the liberation struggle. We have been told that the remains of the founding president have left Rundu Airport en route to the Mpacha Airport in Katima, Mulilo. For now, we cross back to you in studio.
Welcome back. Thank you so much, Juliet Sibeso, for the engagements that she had. She was speaking to James Amkwasa. We know that James Amkwasa formerly served as a chief regional officer for that is a Hardap Regional Council between 2004-2008, as well as serving as a deputy minister of Works and Transport that in the government of from 2015 to 2020. Talking about some memories that he shared with the founding president. And lastly, she spoke to that is Colonel retired Lawrence Sampofu, who is the current governor of the Zambezi region since the year 2010, just talking about the preparations and the appreciations that the founding father has done for this country, reminiscing on some of his time during the liberation struggle, as we know that he is a retired colonel in the Namibian Defense Force, and he also served in some peace missions after the independence of Namibia, which was under the leadership of Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma there. Indeed, while we are waiting for the remains to arrive at Pacha Airport, we have an insert which we want to play for you. This was the inauguration of the Heroes Eka, which was inaugurated on the 26th of August 2002 by His Excellency late Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation. And we also know that the Heroes Eka has been declared as a national monument by the National Heritage Council of Namibia. Now let's take a look at that insert.
If you don't recognize him, he is in a brand new uniform. Omake for His Excellency the President.
It is now my duty and the responsibility to rededicate ourselves to the service and development of the motherland in Namibia and our continent as a whole. As I have said on previous occasions, I believe that a united people striving to achieve common good for all members of the society will always emerge victorious. Long live the memory and honor of our heroes and heroines. Long live the Republic of Namibia.
In today's order, second class is Comrade Jorge Request Valdez Daldana from the Republic of Cuba. Publications that circulated in Latin America, when the government or advance in Guatemala was overthrown, he participated in the underground struggle against the regime of Castillo Armán. In 1962, he was appointed secretary for the organization of the United Party of the Socialist Revolution of Oriente. He occupied that post for 3 years. From 1965 to 67, he became chief of battalion in the second front of Che Guevara in Congo, Brazzaville, where he received his first basic military training, and thereafter at Congo in the United Republic of Tanzania. Major General Nambudunga was appointed as the detachment commissar of the Special Force Detachment, planned combatants in the area of Onguru-Ombashi. He accomplished such mission successfully. In 1982, he was appointed as the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Chief of Logistics and member of the Military Council of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, the post he held until the repatriation process in 1989. While in the Democratic Republic of Congo, he planned and successfully executed a mission that rescued the Allied forces which were encircled by the rebel forces at Ekela. Major General Nambudunga is currently the Chief of Staff of the Namibian Defense.
Welcome back. As we saw there, those visuals, that inset was the inauguration of the Hero Circle on the 26th of August 2002 by His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma. Now, the interesting part that you'd want to see is that the Director of Ceremonies and Proceedings on that day was His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, who was then Minister of Finance. And today, and while we're mourning the passing of the founding president, he is now the chief mourner and will lead the procession in terms of the burial of the founding president. Quite an interesting time to be alive in Namibia. Who would have thought under these circumstances that he will be the one to be leading the processions in terms of burying our national icon. Now we are joined in studio by the men who produced that insert that we were just playing. That is Colonel Petru Shilumbu, who is the head of public relations at the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. He joins us again to take us through this military procession and also the 4th Regional Memorial Service that is slated to take place at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex in Zambezi region. Good morning, Colonel, and thank you very much for making time to join us again on this Saturday morning.
Good morning, my brother. How are you?
We're good, we're good.
Thank you.
Okay. Looking back at the video that we were just seeing now that you produced, and thank you very much for producing that and taking us back to memory, maybe explain the importance of the National Heroes Eka. Most people maybe perhaps see it, maybe it's just to say, it's just a place where we go and bury people that liberated the country. What is the importance of the National Heroes Eka?
National Heroes Eka, it's important because it serves as a historical place where you can always refer anyone who wants to see our heroes and heroines who has already departed this world. Anyone coming from abroad and they want to know the history of this country, because people are always interested and they heard stories of Namibia. So it will be very, very important for them to visit Heroes Eka and to find out who are those who were accorded hero status and who are also buried at the Heroes Eka. So in this case, in 2002, when we went for the inauguration of Heroes Eka, it was fully packed. The public turned up in big numbers, and we as PROs of the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs at the time, we covered the inauguration, and we had a rich archive for the ministry, including everything that Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma have done for the defense specifically. And that's why I thought of, let me go back into my archive and see what I have that we can still remind the public at large that this is what happened how many years ago. But overall, it is also important for our future generation to study and understand the history of this country and who were the forefront players when it comes to the liberation struggle of this country. Yes.
Now, it being declared as a national monument by the National Heritage Council also in 2002, that's again maybe just exemplify what you are referring to and recognizing its importance?
Yes, it does. It does because it is Heroes Eka are not. It's not only found in Namibia. If you go to other countries, such as Zimbabwe, they also have a Heroes Eka. If you go to other many countries in the world, they have a place where it's designated for their heroes, where they are buried, and anyone can always go and see who are those people who are buried there. But you must also remember that Namibia is on record that it is one of the countries that has a lot of heroes, and it's not all of them that will be buried or that are buried at Heroes Eka. Yes.
Now, talking about those many heroes that we have, we know that there are some formidable heroes whose remains obviously were found and were able to be repatriated and to be able to be buried at Heroes Eka. Some obviously are still being searched, and we're still hoping to find them so that we can be able to repatriate them and obviously give them the recognition that we deserve. But perhaps maybe just as a small recollection, who are some of those formidable heroes that are buried at the Heroes Eka?
We have the first one to be buried there was our first chief of the Namibian Defense Force, Lieutenant General Dimo Hamambo. He was the first to be buried there, and that was in 2000, and if I'm not mistaken, it's also between 2002 and 2004, somewhere there. And then we have also Dr. Moses Chitendero is also buried there. We have also, we have many, we have also
Andiba
Toivo, we have also Mutongolumwe, we have also There are many. There are many. And then there are those remains who were also repatriated and buried there, like those ones of late Peter Nanyemba and others. So there are many.
Yes. So indeed it serves as a place for history to be remembered. It's a reminder to also to look at those that fought for our independence. And you know the fact that we know that Dina Amambo died in September 2002, and like you indicated, being the first person to be buried at the Heroes Eka. And we know that he was Namibia's military officer and a chief of staff of the Defense Force from 1990 to 2000. It really talks about someone that probably has shaped the military in the current form that it is today.
Yeah, General Dima Amambo commanded also the plane. He was the commander, and under him he had people like General Shali, General Namolo, the others, other commanders like we can talk of others who were in the forefront at the battlefield, different fronts like northeast, northwest, and the northern front. So after independence, he was appointed now to become the first chief of the Namibian Defense Force, who were entrusted to make sure that they integrate the two forces, the SWATF and the plane fighters. So during that process, it was not an easy task for them to bring these two warring parties at the table and to put them in the bases and to fight or to unite the two warring parties. And as a result, we have we had that pioneers who established the Namibian Defense Force. And he has been at the helm of the Namibian Defense Force until his retirement in 2000, on the 1st of November 2000. So overall, he did a very good job, and that is the time also when, just before his retirement in 1998, the Namibian Defense Force also went to DRC for a peacekeeping, and before that, then they were also in Cambodia. Before he retired, also they were also in Angola during the UNAVEM mission, which is a United Nations verification mission in Angola. Yes,
indeed, remarkable. Today, also with the engagement when Juliet Sibeso in the Zambezi region was engaging, that is James Samkwaza, former Deputy Minister of Works and Transport. I've learned also something new that Tobias Ainyeko was assassinated, in effect killed in the Zambezi region. And we know that Dino Amambo took over after the death of Tobias Ainyeko to command that his plan. Indeed, some crucial role that he played there, molding the NDF into the shape that it was. We know that also Pastor Max Mwakwano today also talked about the fact that, when these leaders first came, mounting, these two different people who were serving two different beliefs, people who were committed to possibly killing each other, are now sleeping in one barrack, are now sleeping next to each other, all having guns and not being able to kill one another, but bringing them together and making this one Namibian force, and now the Namibian Defense Force today definitely, surely, perhaps wasn't such a small task at hand. And, maybe just talk to us about the importance of integrating all these different people into one force that we are seeing today becoming the force that is even leading the procession of the burial of the first commander-in-chief. What does that signify for us Namibians to say now we are a united Namibian Defense Force, regardless of how we started, and look at where we are 35 years later?
The two who were fighting each other, they were all Namibians, and the colleagues who were fighting from the SWATF side, they were just confused by the Boers, because it was the Boers who were engineering the fight, the division. And remember, it was not the Boers who were in the forefront fighting. It was our own Namibians who are in front. The whites are behind, commanding your fellow, commanding Namibians to kill their fellow Namibians. So after independence, most of these people left. The Boers who were here, most of them, they left this country. They went to South Africa. And then our own brothers were left behind. And the Boers are not there. So when the policy of reconciliation was introduced by the founding father, he did not just say that it is only those who were planned to join the Namibian Defence Force. No. He said everyone should be accommodated, whether you were fighting against plan or you were fighting against, you were firing this side of Namibia, you should have that opportunity to join. And those who were willing, they joined the Namibian Defence Force and they become the pioneers of the Namibian Defence Force. And some of them, up to today, they've left this country to South Africa and with no intention of even coming back to Namibia. And there are those ones who went to South Africa and they realized that, no, this is not my motherland, I have to go back to Namibia. And they came back. And some of them were even integrated between 90 and 1994. They still came and joined the Namibian Defence Force. And from that time up to today, those people are united. And most of them are now retiring because they've reached the age of 60. Yes.
Now, talking about the fact of those that some have retired, the state of our armed forces right now, in terms of the foundation that was built, I mean, we've seen the great work that we are doing. I think we have had this discussion to say that when the former president passed on, obviously it was also an opportunity and a learning curve, as well as even the Minister of Defense said that we have learned, and we have learned from that. And now I think we are better prepared and have been in a better position, obviously, to handle these issues moving forward. The state of our defense forces moving forward, seeing from the foundation where we are coming from, are we in a safe state? Are we, the continuity is going to be on? Is it stable enough to ensure that we continue for the next generation, even when the pioneers that have led the front are no more there?
The pioneers have done their work. They've established institutions that are there to shape the defense force and the future of the defense force. We have institutions like the Namibia Command and Staff College. It was not there. Today it's there. We used to send a large number of Namibian soldiers to be trained in foreign countries to do their junior staff course or their senior staff course. But today we have an institution in place that was even inaugurated by the late Dr. Hagi Ginkop. And not only that, we have also School of Air Power, School of Air Power Studies, that is based in Grootfontein. That is there also to accommodate our own students and foreign students to come and acquire the necessary skills and experience from the Namibian students or the Namibian officers who were also trained in foreign countries. Not only that, we have also joined a collaboration with the University of Namibia, where we have established a School of Military Science. So even that institution is also producing talented young men and women who are ready, and some of them already took up positions within the leadership of the Namibian Defence Force. So you should feel safe that the Namibian Defence Force in the capable hands of those young Namibians who were groomed. People like, for example, the Air Force commander. We joined together in 1999. Today he's an Air Vice Marshal leading the Air Force. We have others who are also people like we have also people like the Deputy Air Force Commander. He also joined in 1996. We have also people like Rear Admiral Kontep, the new Navy Commander. He also joined in between in 1990-something. These are all new, young, talented Namibians who took over the reign from those ones who started in 1990. Yes.
I know when you're talking about Rear Admiral Kontep, we know that he also attended some training in Zimbabwe. I remember when the Parliamentary Committee on Foreign Affairs visited Zimbabwe, they also had an opportunity to engage him and talk about his partnership and perhaps the role of other institutions who have helped shaped our defense. Did outside institutions also help us shape?
Very much. Most of our Navy officers were trained in Brazil.
Yeah.
And talking of Rear Admiral Kontep, he's one of those who went to Brazil. He was trained there. He even went at one point when we got our one of our vessels called Brendan Simbwai, named after our hero, Brendan Simbwai from Zambezi region. He is the one who commanded that vessel from Brazil and brought it safely and landed safely in Namibia. Or it approached our coastal line the port of Walfish Bay. Not only that, we have others who are also trained in countries like Greece. Our Deputy Executive Director, Mr. Lennox Likando, is a qualified engineer. He was trained in Greece. He's today an Deputy Executive Director in the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs. And then we have also Brigadier General Shafashike. He's one of young officer who joined in 1996. We have also Brigadier General Ngolo. These are all new young blood.
There's a whole pool of young blood.
Young blood who were injected in the Namibian Defense Force from 1996 to today. So all these people, all these officers, generals, senior officers, they all qualified to lead the Namibian Defense Force. If today, for example, we say that all those who joined in 1990, they are retiring today. So we are ready to take over the Defense Force.
Okay.
And continuity will continue. And the legacy will continue.
The legacy will continue.
Yes.
Indeed, Colonel will continue more conversation. But now we are turning back, that is, to Zambezi, where Juliet Sebiso is on standby, I understand, to engage the Minister of Urban and Rural Development, at Honorable Erastus Utoni, who will also act as a representative of the Chief Monarch, that is His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia, as well as Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, for today's regional memorial service in Katima, Mulilo. Juliet, it's back to you and the team.
And of course, we are still at Mpacha Airport, but we are joined by the designated Chief Monarch for the Zambezi region, that is the Minister for Urban and Rural Development, Erastus Utoni. Good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning.
Now, Minister, you are responsible for urban and rural development, one of the very important key elements that the late founding president always spoke on. Let's just talk about the importance now that he's no more, of him cementing that development is needed after independence.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. As we all know very well, that His Excellency Dr. Shafikuna Sem Nujoma was a man who was advocating for rural development. And he wanted to see that the economic emancipation in the rural areas. Now that we are in Zambezi region, President Nujoma was talking much about the Caprivi, Trans-Caprivi corridor highway that connects Namibia, Botswana, Zambia, and so on. Yeah, for the good to be transported from Namibia or from Congo or from wherever. That corridor is now working. President Nujoma wanted to see that, Namibia should be not isolated. The goods and people of Namibia, Zambia, and so on need to always exchange. Whatever means it be product, it be whatever. So as you can see, the Wenera Bridge is one of the bridge which was constructed with the vision of our late President, Dr. Sem Nujoma. And this is what you can see. Now, in terms of road infrastructures, you can see that, from here to Rundu, up to Ohangwena region, Ruakana, up to the coast. Those are the roads that were constructed to connect Namibia and for the people to enable to transport their goods. It's not only about the road infrastructure. The other infrastructure in terms of housing, servicing lands for the houses to be constructed, for where people can stay. In Zambezi here, most especially Katima, Mulilo, if you just take a picture of 1990 or 1989 before independence, you can only count some few houses. But as we speak today, it's a lot of houses. And that is what our late president, Dr. Nujoma, has advocated for. So this is what we are now appreciating. Today, there's a university here in Zambezi. Not only in Zambezi, university in Kavango, university, the Faculty of Engineering University in Nongwediva, of which he advocated that he wants to see young people being educated to be engineers and to develop this country. So you need to develop the human resources to ensure that the development of the whole country is achieved. And this is what he has been advocating for. So a lot of infrastructure development in the rural areas, road connection, it be feeder roads in the constituencies are done. And this is what he has been advocating. And that is the reason why we are coming now, that is normal, to show that we have appreciated what he has done. He did not only did a lot during the independence, but as we are saying, from those years, 1960, when he fought so vigorously to ensure that Namibia is free, he was a committed man and make sure that the Namibian people are united to enable them to bring development that we are proud of today. Thank you.
Now, of course, when we speak about spirit of inclusion, which you also had, and you're speaking about rural development, regardless of where you are, I think of Impalila Island, of course. There's a lot of activities that have been going on that island, roads, offices, government offices, and so forth. Maybe just touch on a little bit more on inclusion, despite the distance from urban areas, rural areas, the furthest corners of Namibia, the importance of making sure that there's a balance when it comes to development in all areas.
Yeah, as I said, the development, it's not only here in this area. Neketal Dam, it's one of the development that we can see. The harbor in Office Bay, which was just expanded. Today is one of the biggest harbor. So everywhere in Namibia, it's not only at one area or one region. It's everywhere in Namibia that you can see development. That is inclusion in terms of development. Yes.
All right, thank you so much, Minister. And of course, in the background, we are witnessing the arrival of the jet. Perhaps maybe the cameraman can just turn the camera to that area so we see what is happening. Not sure what is currently happening or who is on the jet.
Hello? Yes, yes. Yeah, it is coming now.
Back as Juliet Sibeso was talking to the Minister of Urban and Rural Development, who is a designated representative of the Chief Mourner, that is His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, for today's regional memorial, the 4th regional memorial that will be taking place in the Zambezi region. Of course, in the background, we did see that the Falcon, which is normally referred to as a presidential Falcon, touching down. We know that it is much faster than the air transport that is carrying the remains of the late President, Dr. Sam Savishuna Nujoma. But however, we have been informed and that the Colonel was also engaging his colleagues who are on the ground as of to the arrival of the plane carrying the remains. Now, Colonel, we know that the plane took off around about 9 o'clock. In terms of arrival, how soon can we expect touchdown?
We expect the plane to land in the next 10 to 15 minutes. If it's late, yeah, that's because the distance from Rundu to Katima, it's 550 kilometers. So it's almost 1 hour, 15 minutes if it's taking long, but we expect it to arrive anytime. Yes.
Okay.
And the preparation on the ground is still intact and everything is fine. You have heard it from various members of the public, plus the regional commander, Nampol regional commander, that everything is in place when it comes to security and law and order. Yes.
Okay. Now, we see that Juliet Siveso, who was updating us, talking to the Minister of Urban Rural Development, I know they were talking about the issues of development and seeing obviously the fact we know that the military also has a base specifically in the Zambezi region, talking about the infrastructure that is also creating access even for the armed forces. So the importance and the aspect of development, does development also make it easier for the Namibian Defense Forces to protect the territorial integrity of Namibia?
You just put it right to say that yes, it does. Number one, when the South Africans left this country, the Namibian Defense Force have inherited most of those infrastructures that were being used by the South Africans, like the Mapacha military base. But then we also went further to...
Let me just interrupt you quickly. We are going back to Juliet Siveso, who is there to give us an update as we see those visuals in the background that the presidential jet of Falcon is on the taxiing and definitely perhaps anticipating to stop anytime soon. But however, we are crossing back to Juliet Siveso. Juliet, it's over to you.
What is the significance in having the procession pass through those two roads?
Yes, it's very important that our founding father should pass through Sam Nujoma Drive. That is the street named after him. In order to come and say bye to Katima Mulilo, he has to pass through that street. And to connect the Procession to Hage Geingob is also, as we know, the main street in Katima Mulilo is Hage Geingob Drive, and it's important also that Sam Nujoma should pass through that street to the venue.
Thank you so much, Governor. Now, of course, it seems like the plane we may have mentioned earlier was a false alarm, but we are still at Mpacha Airport, where we are still waiting to receive the remains of the founding president. For now, it's back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Juliet Siveso, there for that update, speaking to the governor of the Zambezi region, retired Colonel Lawrence Sampofu, giving us an update in terms of the procession coming from the Mpacha Airport all the way to Dr. Sam Nujoma Avenue, and then connecting to that is Dr. Hage Geingob Street, and then eventually leading to the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the 4th Regional Memorial it is anticipated to take place. We also know that again that the representative of the Chief Mona was also at the airport and was speaking to Juliet Siveso a few minutes ago. That is Honorable Erastus Utoni, Minister of Urban and Rural Development. Now, Colonel, we're talking about the importance of having infrastructure for protecting territorial integrity. How important is it to have up-to-state of the road facilities, up-to-state airport systems, just in case of any calamities?
The infrastructures are very, very important so that they enhance your operability or your operations. In a sense, like the road, for example, you should be able to access any town within the required time. We have also went further to renovate the Impalila military base, where our Marines are deployed at Impalila Island. You know, there have been complaints along the border between Namibia and Botswana in the past. That's why this Impalila military base or naval base was inaugurated last year, just before a day before our independence celebration in Zambezi region.
Okay.
So the Minister of Defense went to rename the Impalila military base to now Lieutenant General John Mutwa, who was at one point also a chief of the Namibian Defense Force. So we want to make sure that the territory of this country, it's protected and respected at all times. So that's why you see that we have stretched our deployment along the border between Botswana and Namibia, because there have been a lot of complaints coming from there. And all these infrastructures that we are talking about require funds and resources to be available, and we depend on the government to make such a budget available so that the Namibian Defense Force is able to carry out its entrusted mission, which is to defend the territorial integrity of the Republic of Namibia and the interest of the Republic of Namibia.
Okay. Now, talking about this naval base at Impalila Island that is named after Lieutenant John Mutwa, what is the importance of having this Impalila Island specifically within the Zambezi region?
You have a river, and when you have a river, you have also you need to carry out river operations, and the only people who are able that we can deploy there are our Marines from the Navy.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're seeing the visuals there of dignitaries coming. That is from the Falcon. We're seeing that the former cabinet minister, that is Pendukeni Vulaitana, also accompanying the remains there, and among those that are on the tarmac arriving with that's the Falcon that just landed a few minutes ago. And yesterday in that is the 3rd Regional Memorial, she delivered, that is the eulogy on Dr. Sem Savishuna Nujoma. We also know that she serves as the vice chairperson, that is, of the Sem Nujoma Foundation. We anticipate that possibly she will definitively also be doing that and giving that is the eulogy in terms of today's program. We anticipate also soon, in a matter of few minutes, that's the arrival of Y9E, that is the aircraft, military aircraft that is carrying the remains of His Excellency Dr. Sem Savishuna Nujoma, as well as the gun carriage that forms part of the military procession that will carry his remains from Pacha Airport all the way to Dr. Sem Nujoma Avenue and then into Dr. Hage Ingob Street, then eventually that is to the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the memorial service will be taking place. So indeed, we will keep you abreast with those developments. We see former Deputy Minister of Works and Transport there greeting, that is Honorable Pendukeni Itana, and we are also seeing that Erasmus Utani also on the tarmac, also Governor Lawrence Pofu there greeting the delegation that has just arrived with the Falcon jet, and we anticipate that they will also be waiting for the remains to arrive. John Mutwa, the mayor of Katima Mulilo Town Council, who also spoke to our team last night that preparations are on set and they are looking good in terms of the ceremony to take place. We also know that he is on the program later for today. We anticipate him to be making remarks on the program. He will be delivering, that is the vote of thanks as the mayor of Katima Mulilo. So it is a program packed. In terms of that program that we will be having having today, pardon me, we anticipate the arrival of the general public at 12:30, and then at 1 o'clock is the arrival of family members. And at 1:15, it is the arrival of veterans of the liberation struggle. And then at 1:25, we will have the arrival of service chiefs. And at exactly 1:30, we will have the arrival of dignitaries and traditional leaders. And at 1:35, we will have the arrival of cabinet ministers and members of parliament. And then at 1:40, we'll have the arrival of the children. And at 1:50 is the arrival of the casket at the sports complex. And then also together with the arrival of Honorable Erasmus Utoni, who is the Minister of Urban and Rural Development and representative of the chief mourner. And then at 2 o'clock, the national and AU anthems will be sung, and then the welcoming remarks will be done by Honorable Matengu Shimushi, who is the chairperson of the Zambezi Regional Council, and then we'll have performances, that is by the Roman Catholic Mass Choir, and then we will have a devotion and prayer by Father James George from the Roman Catholic Church, and then we'll have an eulogy which we anticipate will be delivered by Honorable Pendukeni Itana, former Cabinet Minister, Minister of Justice, and also one time serving as Attorney General and currently the Vice Chairperson of the Sem Nujoma Foundation. And then we will have a performance by the Namibian Defence Force Military Band, and then the tributes will start. We will start with a message on behalf of the veterans of the liberation struggle, which will be delivered by Honorable Richard Inchabi Kamwi, and then a message on behalf of the family, and then a message on behalf of 4 traditional authorities that will be delivered by Honorable Albius Kamwi, the chairperson of the Zambezi Ngambela Forum, and then we'll have performances by the Namibian Defence Force Military Band, and then a message from the SWAPO Party by Dorothy Kabula, acting SWAPO Party Regional Coordinator, Zambezi Region, and then we will have a message by Honorable Lawrence Alfius Sampofu, Governor of the Zambezi Region, and then we will have another performance by the Namibian Defence Force Military Band, and then the key tribute message from Honorable Erasmus Utoni, Minister of Urban and Rural Development and representative of the Chief Mona, and then we will have a vote of thanks to be delivered by His Worship John Temwa, Mayor of Katima Mulilo Town, and then we'll have announcements by the Directors of Ceremonies, and then a benediction by Father James George from the Roman Catholic Church, and then the AU and national anthems, and then the viewing of the body, and then the body will lie in state for anticipation and preparation to commence for a journey again that is earmarked for Chonjonjuba. We know that the 5th Regional Memorial Service will take place in the Chonjonjuba region, specifically in Grootfontein. Now, Colonel, while we are anticipating obviously the arrival of the aircraft within the next couple of minutes, I mean, perhaps maybe, staying on the issue of development, and you're talking about the fact that we have a river that's between Namibia and Botswana, and it's very, very important for us to have a naval presence, not because we don't trust our neighbors, but we must also protect territorial integrity of Namibia, but also of our citizens, as there have been complaints between, the relationship between our two countries, and especially between our two people, seeing that there's people on this side and there's people on the other side who are related, unfortunately, but due to these borders that we have to protect them and also look after their welfare.
You are right, but the overall objective of establishing or of taking over that facility is thus to strengthen security along the border. Remember that this Impalila was originally established by the South African Defence Force and before independence, and then it has been there without being occupied. So as a result, the Namibian Defence Force went in, rehabilitation has been taking place and renovation, and then we took over the base. So we wanted to address security challenges within that specific area of Impalila alongside our border. And those challenges, just to mention few of them, are illegal border crossing from both Namibia and Botswana, and unregulated fishing, poaching, and also to avoid this transportation of unwanted goods. So that's why the Defence Force has deployed the Marines in that area to make sure that we strengthen security alongside the border. That is the main objective.
Look, let's talk about the Marines. We hardly hear do the Marines fall underneath generally in the Namibian? We know we have the Navy, we have the Air Force, we have the Defence Force as a whole. But we always hear that there's a presence of the Marines. In terms of the structure of the NDF, where do we find the Marines?
The Marines are part and parcel of the Namibian Navy. They are the inland troops of the Navy.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay. That's why we deploy them there, because that's a river, and you talk the river of. When you talk of the river, you have water. Who are specialized in that line are the Navy. So that's why we've deployed our Marines.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's talk about in terms of the before we get into the procession, while we are writing the arrival of the remains. In terms of the lineup of those personnel that are assigned to that is for this 4th Regional Memorial, in terms of the chaplain, who are we looking today as a chaplain in terms of the funeral processions you know, the military convoy, who's the one that has been assigned to that is Zambezi region? I know you did indicate to us, you told us that the other time, but you know, you have, in terms of logistics, you have ensured that there is always personnel that is assigned to the different regions, and that it's not necessarily that those who are coming from one region are the ones that are going to the next region. So you indicated that definitely there will be a chaplain that is assigned to the memorial in the Zambezi region.
Yeah, yesterday we had Lieutenant Colonel Simon Amukonda, who is the Army chaplain, and Navy chaplain Commander Josephat Ruben. The two of them were in charge in Rundu.
Yes.
And today we have another chaplain by the name Captain Philippus Angome. He is a chaplain from the 26th Brigade. He will be in charge in Zambezi region. And then when we go to Grootfontein again, we will have different chaplains taking over. And I believe that the two chaplains who were in Rundu are the ones who are coming to facilitate here in Grootfontein in the Chodonjupa region. And that's tomorrow morning. Yes.
Oh, that's tomorrow morning. Okay. Now, you know, we have produced a quite number of inserts that you're talking about when he came to the founding president in recognition of his contributions that he's made, and actually in shaping the Namibian Defense Force. You know, from your point of time and point of view when you joined the defense, and if you look at some memories of the founding when you were still Commander-in-Chief, what are perhaps those recollections in terms of memory that you have of the founding and its leadership towards the armed forces?
Well, those collections, some of them are the commissioning of the Namibian Air Force in 2005. Just before he retired, he went to commission the Namibian Air Force in Grootfontein. And by then, the Chief of the Defense Force, the current Chief of the Defense Force, Air Marshal Martin Pinias, was the Air Force commander with a rank of, by then he was a rank of a colonel. He was a colonel because it was still a wing. It was not a service. I also recall the founding father, and this is the only time I saw the founding father delegating his power to the former Minister of Defense, Erking Mtina, to commission the Namibian Navy. So the Namibian Navy was commissioned in 2004 by Honorable Erking Mtina. And then the other insets I look at, he operated at the old State House. So that time, whenever there is an opening of Parliament, the procession will start at State House because it was very close to Parliament. So I also produced one of those insets to see how things used to be done from State House to Parliament. And until he went to address the Parliament, so that's another inset, one of the insets that I've also produced. So maybe we'll have chance also for the public to see how things used to be done in the late 90s. Early 90s to 2000. Yes.
Okay. Now, Colonel, we are seeing some visuals there on our screen that it looks like as if the plane is arriving momentarily. It's just a matter of landing, so we are waiting for those visuals to continue to come in, and we hope to give you a glimpse, as we have been doing since Thursday, since the departure of the aircraft from Windhoek and landed in Andiba Atoivo, and then again departed from Andiba Atoivo for Rundu Airport, and then departing again this morning from Rundu Airport. Now we're expecting it to arrive at Pacha Airport here in Katima, Mulilo. So looks like as if it will be arriving momentarily. It is a special occasion for Namibia, the fact that this plane that was commissioned last year in December by His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba on his first mission, it's carrying work of significance. It is carrying the remains of the first founding of the first Commander-in-Chief, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, His Excellency Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, as the nation bids farewell to him, paying their last respect and tribute for all the contribution that he has done, for the sacrifice that he has done, and all other things that we'll never be able to be able to thank him for all those for all those things. But however, we will go back to them once the plane is in clear sight, and to be able to share those visuals. As the Colonel was also speaking earlier, there are various inserts that we have produced to be able to share with you. One of those inserts that we have prepared is just the insert on the Air Force that was commissioned. We hope to be playing that insert to you very soon with regard to the commissioning of Namibian Air Force. However, for right now, talking about the fact that the Air Force was commissioned not so long before that he left the office, maybe let's talk about the state of the commissioning, because we know that when the Air Force was first established on the 23rd of July 1994, that time was simply just an air wing.
Yes.
It wasn't an Air Force.
Yes.
But from the Air Force, from the wing, and then it being commissioned, and it now being able to, Colonel, we are seeing the Y-12. It's not the main plane. It's the Y-12. That's the Y-12 that always goes ahead of the craft that is carrying the remains of the founding president. So we know that the Y-12 left earlier, as it did all these past days. It's arriving there. It serves as a backup in terms of these routes in terms of the procession that is carrying the remains. So that is the Y-12 that we're seeing on our screen, and I think we will be expecting that is the main aircraft anytime soon.
Yeah, as I informed you that within the next 15 minutes, we expect the aircraft to land. Now, this is the advanced party or the advanced team. And one of the senior officers who's in that aircraft, it's the Colonel Anton. Colonel Anton is the man who's in charge of the gun carriage to make sure that gun carriage, nothing happened to it. And he is the man who's always in advanced team. And he arrives now at the airport and he will just do his preparation. Petrus Anton, by the name Petrus Anton, he is the man in charge of the gun carriage to make sure that everything is fine. You see him on the ground, always busy, just to verify that everything is still into contact with, everything is intact.
Is it a coincidence that you are in charge of the media activities? He's also a colonel, is in charge of a gun carriage, and is your namesake? Is this a coincidence?
No, the Petrus Ameni.
The Petrus Ameni.
Yes.
Indeed, it's quite interesting the complexity that we are seeing in the armed forces in terms of logistics and planning, that you would think that there's while there's an over responsibility given to somebody, that it ends there, but it's so meticulous in the sense that someone also is assigned in maintaining the gun carriage, for instance. Yeah. Why are there specific roles designed like that in the military?
Him is coming from Windhoek Machine Fabric, okay. And it is his specialization. That's why he was entrusted to make sure that he produce, and in fact, he has even produced another one. In case the other one is not operational, then there's a replacement for another one, and that's why you need such people to come on board whenever we have occasions like this one. Yeah.
Okay. So as the Colonel Petrus Shilumbu has indicated, that plane is carrying the advanced team. Also equally in that plane, that's what we call the Y-12. There is Colonel Petrus Anton, who is in charge of the gun carriage in making sure that everything goes well. We understand that his specialty is weapons. He's coming from the Windhoek fabric machine, so definitely entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring that the gun carriage is safe and that everything goes smooth. So Colonel, that is Petrus Anton, is on the ground, and surely since that they left earlier than the main plane that is carrying the remains, we anticipate that the plane will be touching down anytime soon. Now, Colonel, we're talking about how the Air Force has transformed from an air wing from the 23rd of July 1994, and then now it being commissioned in 2005. What has been the significant difference? I mean, we're seeing they're even carrying the remain. We're having air transport, planes that can be able to carry not only VIPs, not only carry remains of a national icon like the founding president, but also carry maybe troops in times of rapid mission deployment.
Yeah, it all depends also with the number of troops that you have in the wing. It was a wing. So the number have increased. The type of equipment and assets is also increased. You have developed further, meaning you have also established now institutions. Institutions like the one I've mentioned earlier were not there. Institutions like School of Air Power Studies, it was not there. So when you are expanding a wing, you think of now going further, not to keep a wing. You want to grow. It's just like a child of 10 years. After 8 years, he or she is 18 years. It's maturity. So the Air Force has also now grown from air wing to Air Force. So the number of assets have also increased, the capacity and the capability of the force, and that's why it was just wise for the founding father at the time before he retired to commission the Air Force. And that's why we did not have an aircraft of this capability, of this type. And then since we are now in the process, or we were in the process of acquiring other assets, it was also right for us to commission the Air Force, including later on we saw that various helicopters were acquired, such as Z9, and then that alone also boost the capability of the force. And that's why it was now a decision taken that, okay, you have grown, you are no longer a baby, which was an air wing, so we should commission you to become an Air Force.
Okay. Indeed, quite a remarkable journey and growth there in terms of the Namibian Air Force, starting from an air wing from the 23rd of July 1994 in becoming a fully fledged force that is in the commissioning on the 13th of March 2005 by then late Dr. Sam Shavishuna Nujoma, former President of the Republic of Namibia and founding father of the Namibian nation. Now the plane has touched down. We're seeing it there on the runway. It has touched down officially, and we anticipate again, as per the practice that we've been seeing over the last couple of days, is that a guard will be taking place, and that obviously in terms of exchange of removing the remains from the plane, but you can definitively see that there's touchdown, and we'll take you back to the airport so that you just see some of those visuals and the processions that will be taking place there at the airport.
President Dr. Sam Nujoma have just arrived, and of course what you can see in the background is the presidential jet where the former minister Pendukeni Ivula Itana, as well as the former military commander Martin Shali came in, and are currently at the airport as well. We will shortly have the representative from the Namibian Defence Force come to explain to us exactly what is going to happen as soon as the aircraft comes on the tarmac. There is quite a lot of activities that are ongoing. As you can hear from behind us is the choir from the Kaprivi Senior Secondary School, welcoming, of course, the founding president and the entourage that is with him, as well as regional leaders and national leaders, including the chief mourner, Erastus Utoni. As I mentioned before, some of the mourners that arrived from Rundu, that is Pendukeni Ivula Itana, as well as Martin Shali, who are joining today's memorial service in Zambezi region. Of course, we see preparations for the aircraft to come on the tarmac behind me. And as mentioned, we will be having a representative from the NDF come and explain to us exactly what we can expect to see and exactly what will be happening as we are being told to move a little bit back to give space for the activities to happen with no disruptions. The Zambezi region, of course, is the latest to host the memorial service. This is the fourth day. And it is set to take place at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. Before we get to the venue, there will be a procession from the airport to the complex through Sam Nujoma Drive. And there you go, residents from the Zambezi region will be able to see the procession as it passes through the town. Now, of course, inside is the aircraft that is carrying the remains of the founding president. We will shortly get to witness as they offload. And of course, we have been told that he is escorted by an entourage of generals from the military who are going to be carrying the casket, as well as escorting it to the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the memorial service is expected to take place. Now, residents who do want to see the procession as it passes through are encouraged to stand aside of the roads, that is in Sam Nujoma Drive, as well as Hospital Road, Hagegengop Drive. Those are locations including Choto, Yambai location, Mavoluma extensions, as well as Greenwell, Matongo, Boma, and so forth. And you will be able to see the procession as well as it passes through town if you are there. You are being cautioned, though, to not go close or 10 meters within the casket or the procession. The Governor, Lawrence Sampofu, also indicated that residents will be allowed to take pictures but are not allowed to touch the casket at all. And there we have the plane on the tarmac in preparation to offload. And of course, we see some activities happening there. The governor did indicate that the drive from the airport to the sports complex will take approximately 1 hour. That is also including giving time to mourners as the procession stops, where the larger crowds are going to be gathered to give them a chance to take pictures as well as videos. And I did mention before that we have a group of learners from the Kaprivi Senior Secondary School behind us who are going to be singing as well as escorting the remains of the founding president from here throughout town with the procession until the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the memorial service is set to take place from 2 o'clock. So if you are in town, you have the opportunity to stand by the side of the road that, like I said, at Sam Nujoma Drive, Hospital Road, Hagegengop Drive, until the sports complex, to have an opportunity to pay your last respects. And the governor did indicate that those, and the governor did indicate that those that would like to pay their last respects are able to do so, whether it be by singing, raising their flags, and so forth.
camera guy move.
Just tell them we are live. Why they didn't stop us at the other region.
Welcome back. We're seeing those visuals that the flight has indeed, the plane has landed at the Pacha airport in Katima, Mulilo, and the remains quietly, the remains are about to leave, obviously, the plane. We know that there is a quarter guard that is going to take place there, and then once that has taken place, we will see it, being loaded onto the RG-32 vehicle, mounted with a gun carriage that will carry the remains of His Excellency Dr. Nujoma. In attendance, we're seeing the representative of the chief mourner and other dignitaries on the tarmac waiting to receive the remains as per the protocols that we've been seeing throughout all those different areas where the remains have been flown to. However, we continue in honoring the legacy of that's the founding father, and as you continue to join in, we have an opportunity to be speaking to one of the people that have contributed contributed into the life and also the decisions that the founding father has done. And for now, we are taking a moment to sit down with one of the SWAPO party's founding members and a key figure of the Central Committee, that is Mr. Helao Vinia Dadi, who is joining us now to speak to us about his relationship with the founding father and what are some of his contributions towards the liberation struggle. Mr. Ndadi, good morning, and thank you very much for making time to join us this morning.
Shall I call you a sir or
no, you can, just you can just call me Lot. Just Lot, that's fine. Okay. Now, Ndadi, we know that you, as a journalist, you have served as a director of SWAPO's Voice of Namibia's radio station, and you played a crucial role in countering, that's obviously, enemy propaganda and informing the Namibian nation about SWAPO's military activities during the struggle. Talk to us about this experience when you were working at the radio station.
Well, I started, you know what happened was that when I went to Dar es Salaam, then Tanganyika, in Tanganyika was then independent. President Julius Nyerere offered us that opportunity for us also to broadcast from their radio, their national radio. There were other comrades who went there, who were there before me, but those who were on scholarships. So when I got there, they were about to leave for scholarships abroad. So Commemorating Nujoma decided that I should take over from them as not as a director. At that time, I was just as a supervisor of our programs. On this point, I would say that what you said, the radio, the SWAPO radio was created to counter the enemy propaganda. It's true, because we were fighting a guerrilla affair. And so we were called
terrorists even.
Yeah, not soldiers. Our fighters were not called soldiers, but terrorists.
Terrorists.
And Sam himself was called a terrorist leader.
A terrorist leader.
So that's how the situation was.
Okay. Now, we understand that you first met Dr. Sam Nujoma in 1959 when he visited Walfish
Just
Bay.
raise your voice a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Now, we understand that you first met Dr. Sam Nujoma in 1959 when he visited Walfish Bay to open an OPPO branch. What was your experience like, and what impact did it leave on you when you met him for the first time?
Well, at that time I was an interpreter at a fishing company called the Ocean Fishing Company. Now, when Sam came to Windhoek, he held a meeting, and all of us attended, especially those of our compound. And the message he brought to Walfish Bay was for a SWAPO branch to be established there.
Okay.
Well, at that particular meeting, he said, I want you to have your own branch, but first you have to elect someone who's going to be a branch chairman.
Yes.
Well, as I was an interpreter, I was very much known by many people, especially those of our company. So I was then, and some people around that day, to be our chairman. And that time there was a young man called Peter Nanyemba. Peter Nanyemba was coming from he just finished his young, but his
matric.
Boys' school.
Boys' school.
Boys' school, yeah, Tangwediva. He was somehow, educated, and we were together at the same factory. So I took him myself as my secretary. So
that experience of you being elected as a chairperson of OPPO in Walfish Bay with Peter Nanyemba serving as a secretary.
Yes.
Talk to us how you managed to mobilize workers for them to join OPPO during that time.
Well, it was not very much difficult because people were hungry for liberation.
Yes.
They wanted to be liberated from contract labor system. So my work was not very much difficult as such, except probably means of transport when going to other places that were a little bit far than our compound. That was my problem. But otherwise, to approach, people, all the workers in Walfish Bay, it was not difficult at all.
It was not difficult at all.
Everybody could understand.
What
the OPPO was all about.
Was all about.
Yeah.
Now, we understand that you played an instrumental role in assisting the late Dr. Sam Nujoma to flee the country after the Windhoek uprising. You managed to raise £10,000 to help him escape through Botswana, South Rhodesia, North Rhodesia before reaching Tanzania, or as some will call it, Tanganyika. Tell us more about this mission and your involvement. When did this mission start?
Well, what happened was that in 1959, South Africa came up with, not necessarily South Africa as such, but the municipality in Windhoek came up with the idea to move black people from their location to other suburb that was very much far from Windhoek, from the white area. Now the people were very much angry about this idea. So Sam Nujoma and the other leaders of OPPO were discussing this issue. Why should the blacks should be moved to that place? It was called the Katutura later. First, it was just, a suburb that was very much far from the white area.
Yes.
So, Nujoma, then you see, and the others in Windhoek, mobilized the people to refuse to go to Katutura.
Okay.
And the municipality, let me say, the municipal authority got furious because they did not expect
Did not
the
expect
blacks,
to revolt.
Yes, to counter their, racist ideas. They thought the people the blacks were just saying, "Oh yes, we will go," but that has not been the case. So they got up and said, "No, we were not going.
We are not going.
We are not going from our location, our location to Katutura. We are not going there." So later they had a huge demonstration, the blacks, and the Boers were furious and ordered the police to tell the people to disperse immediately. Otherwise, they would suffer the consequences.
And then we know obviously the history of Kakua, the Munguda.
So, but the blacks were persistent.
Were persistent and were united.
Not to go.
Okay. Now, we know that after realizing that the UN petition was not yielding any result, we know that Nujoma traveled from New York through Ghana to Dar es Salaam via Ghana, where he also had an opportunity to call for a meeting to meet you. What was his message after realizing that there was no some results coming from
I will come to that. I will come to that. When still with the people refusing not to go to Katutura, so 11 people were killed by there. 11 people were killed, and a woman who was trying to put fire on one of the police vehicles called the Kakurukali Mungunda. Well, after that, the police were now looking for him to arrest him because they felt that he was the
main
organizer of those meetings and rallies and so on and so forth. Sam then he left he fled to Shumeb to hide him there. I was still in Washington, and when he left Shumeb, he wrote me a letter saying that he wanted to leave the country.
Yes.
Because there was no way he could continue with his political activities, especially to be a leader of OPPO in the eyes of the Boers, who was a dangerous organization. So he decided to leave the country. As he did not have money, so he wrote me a letter saying that he wanted to leave the country and that he did not have money. So I held meetings around Washington, delivering the message from him that he wanted to leave the country before the police could round him up. I said, what can we do? Let's collect some money and see if we can solve this problem and make him leave the country, because that's the only way for him to to continue with his political activities and being a leader of OPPO.
Okay. Mm.
So Sam left the country. Across all those countries like Botswana, Southern Rhodesia, Northern Rhodesia, till he arrived in Dar es Salaam.
Dar es Salaam. Yeah.
In Dar es Salaam, he made some contacts there, and his presence there was somewhat strange.
Yeah.
So Tanganyika at that time was just independent after. So I think 1 year independent.
Okay.
When Sam got there. So after Nyerere had that, there was a refugee from Namibia, then Southwest Africa, saying that he was going to, he wanted a ticket to go to New York.
No. We just have to interrupt you shortly there. We're seeing visuals that the RG-32 indeed has been mounted with a gun carriage, and we are waiting for the remains to. The remains have in fact left the plane, and they are about to be loaded onto the gun carriage, which is mounted onto the RG-32, and then shortly we'll be starting with that military procession that starts from Ampacha Airport all the way through Dr. Sem Nujoma Avenue and then to Dr. Gengop Street, and then finally making its way to the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the memorial will be taking place. As you can see it on your screen, covered there in the flag, in the Namibian flag, is that the casket has left the plane and it will be loaded onto the gun carriage that is mounted onto the RG-32 vehicle. You're seeing the bearers there carrying the casket, as well as the various service chiefs there, those generals who are serving as pallbearers accompanying that is the casket. They have started in Windhoek and they still continue to do so, and they are expected to do that throughout all those regions where the casket will be going to. Now, obviously, we continue to engage the Nandadi here in studio, but there you can see definitively that the casket is being loaded onto that again on the gun carriage, and obviously very soon we anticipate that is the procession to commence, and then giving an opportunity to also Namibians who will be lining up all the way from the airport into Katima Mulilo to have an opportunity to pay their final respect and to say goodbye. Now, unfortunately, we are running out of time, but I think there is a question of interest when you're talking about when you had an opportunity to meet Sam Nujoma as well in Walfish Bay. Maybe a question that maybe that's there and most people will be interested to know is, where was Nathaniel Mahwilili during that time?
Nathaniel Mahwilili was a member of executive member of the Ubahos Bay branch.
Okay.
It's him, Benay Madila, and many others. Others are no more there. Yeah, so.
But they were in the leadership.
Pardon, yeah, in the leadership.
In the leadership of that.
Yeah.
Now we have independence now, that Nandi, and Daddy, we have independence. We have gotten independence. Sam Nujoma served as the first president of this country. And reflecting on the achievement on this journey to attain this independence, what are your thoughts so far, looking at that we have been independent for 35 years and we are now laying to rest the men who led the liberation of our independence and the men who served as a founding president and father of the Namibian nation?
As I said, people were very much oppressed, the Namibian people were oppressed.
Yeah.
Under apartheid.
Yes.
I mean, it's obvious that everybody, when the country attained everybody was happy.
Yes.
And people were happy. Because they were no free movements. People could now move from the north to the south.
Yes.
From the south to other places. That was not the case under apartheid.
Yes.
That was the problem. People are happy now, and I don't think there are people who would say that Sam did not do anything.
Indeed.
Yeah.
What would be your message to the Namibian nation and perhaps the Nujoma family and the Kondobolo family during this time of mourning?
No, I regret. I regret very much that to the children and the Meme Colombo, I would say that I, as a man who has been a comrade in arms to Sam Nujoma for many years of the struggle, that I regret that Sam left. Their father, who was the father of the children, and the husband to Meme Colombo, left. And that those of us who fought with him are very much regretting that he left so early and unexpectedly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Taten Daddy, thank you so much for making time to speak to us this morning. We may be consoled the fact that your comrade is no more, but I think we thank you for your service to the nation, and we thank you for leading and contributing to ensuring that Namibia got independent. It is because of you that we are also able to have these conversations, and we can never be indebted enough, and we can never do anything that is rewarding enough to thank you enough for your service to the nation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, that was Helao Binian Dadi, who is a founding member of SWAPO, sharing some recollection of his memories with Sam Nujoma, such as him being elected as a chairperson of OPPO in Walfish Bay, while serving with Peter Nanyemba as a secretary, and also having Ben Amadira and Nathaniel Mahulili as members of the executive committee. However, we're going back to the airport as we're seeing the procession is about to commence. We're seeing right there that the casket has been loaded onto the gun carriage, and we're going back to the airport, so you can see those visuals as dignitaries and members of the defense force are also there aligning towards the casket. Now we head now back to the Mpacha airport in Zambezi.
We are following the coffin.
Yeah, we are following the coffin behind the ambulance.
Behind the coffin.
No, in all the regions.
All the regions, how? Ah.
That's how we've been doing it. Huh?
Ah.
Somebody's in front of the camera, guys.
Call whoever you need to call.
Welcome back. As you're seeing there, those are the military procession with the remains of the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, coming from Pacha Airport in Zambezi region on earmarked obviously to pass through the Sam Nujoma Avenue and then Dr. Hage Geingob Street, and then that is a Katima Mulilo Sports Complex in the Katima Mulilo urban constituency within the Zambezi region. This will be the fourth memorial service. However, we continue with our conversations here from the main studio. We are joined by Colonel Petro Shilumbu, who is the head of public relations at the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs. Colonel, in terms of the procession, what are we seeing in those in terms of the visuals? Are we still going as per the tradition that we started with from Andiba to Toivo, and then yesterday from Rundu, and now today in Zambezi region?
Yes, the procession is going well as per plan. The only changes that you have seen, maybe it's the chaplain, as I've said, the leading vehicle, Ren Cruiser, well armed, and they are heading now to B8. That's the road from Rundu into town of Katima. Currently, they are still within the vicinity of the airport. Yes. They are leaving the airport to Katima, which is about, I think, about 18 kilometers. Maybe just to emphasize that when the commander-in-chief declare a state funeral being accorded to a hero, most of these duties and responsibilities are given to the chief of the defense force, with regard to in terms of the security of the casket, so that it is the responsibility of the defense force to ensure that everything is done in accordance with the military and state funeral. While other security clusters will be responsible with the main role of maintaining law and order, especially throughout the procession, throughout the route or the street lining. So when we have members of the public coming alongside the road, it is also the responsibility of other law enforcement to come on board and assist to maintain law and order. Although we have also deployed men and women on the ground itself, as you have seen them around the country where we came from, other regions. So that is the main purpose of that arrangement. And then this is a practice worldwide whenever there is a state or a military funeral declared, but especially for a state funeral. It's a practice that has been done all over the world.
Indeed.
Yes.
So it's not nothing new to Namibia. It's
No.
a practice that definitely we
If
do
you go to
worldwide.
Zimbabwe, you'll find them doing the same. If you go to Zambia, you'll find a state funeral being conducted by the military, even in Angola, in any other country.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, as you indicated, we have officially gone on to, that's the B8, that is from the road from Rundu going all the way into the Zambezi region, and specifically first point of entry, that is Katima Mulilo, the main town, where also the memorial will be held. That's the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. Now, Colonel, while we are in this procession, we were trying to talk about the role of the Zambezi region that it played towards the total liberation and independence of Namibia. A very, very crucial region. This morning we learned that Tobias Anyeko was also assassinated within the Zambezi region when former Deputy Minister James Ankwasa was speaking. What has really been the role of the Zambezi region when it came to the independence of Namibia, especially between possibly the period of from the 1970s, 1974 to 1975?
During 1975, between the month of June to September, it has been reported that a large number of about 500 youth left Namibia. And these are not only youth from Caprivi region by then. They could be also from other regions to join the liberation struggle of Namibia. They were mostly influenced by the message of SWAPO. By then, SWAPO has broadcasted messages on their radio from Tanzania, from Zambia, and Congo-Brazzaville. By then, the late Dr. Semshafishuna Nujoma and other SWAPO leaders who were already in the liberation struggle used to be on radio, inviting young Namibians, young people, to join the liberation struggle so that they can go and fight for the motherland Namibia against the apartheid white South African regime. That's why most of these people, when you listen to them, they would always tell you, I crossed the border, I went into the liberation struggle between 1974 and 1975. That was the most time that a lot of people have joined the liberation struggle. I was also well informed that the 500 who crossed through Zambezi region, they were accommodated at prison in Livingstone, and they spent a longer period before they were transported to another base, which the farm they have been talking about. Yeah. While they were accommodated in the prison, that was the only safe place in Livingstone, because the South African Authority used to go into Zambia looking for Namibians who are there so that they can deal with them. Yes. So now the prison was the only place. The prison was the only place that was safe for them. So the South African Authority used to send out their CIDs, these Criminal Investigation Division officers, who used to be sent to go and investigate if there is any Namibians in Zambia. Even if you have been found at Shesheke, which is just few meters from the border, they will deal with you. Yeah. So that group of 500 I mentioned, which were in Livingstone, they left Livingstone on the 25th of September, and then they were trained at Oshatotwa military camp. And then on the 2nd of October 1975, Dr. Nujoma came because they started training in September and until December, but they came to the camp in Lusaka at Shatotwa. They came to the camp on the 2nd of October 1975. So imagine they started, or they left in June, between June and September. That's when that group left. And then the training, their training was started immediately when they arrived. And then in December, Founding Father already came to greet them and motivate them that their mission there is just simple to fight for the independence of this country.
Sorry to interject you there a bit, Colonel. What is the importance of this message of encouragement when the Commander-in-Chief of Plan is coming to encourage you when you are receiving training? How important is that for morale, or even perhaps similarly, even linking it to the Namibian Defence Force, when you see even the head of Defence Force, for instance, coming at the intake, official intake, and also possibly even speaking at the graduation, as an example, perhaps that motivation, does it serve some kind of purpose? It is important. Does it boost the morale of those who are receiving training?
That is the most important one. It's to boost the morale of the trainees and to also know the objective. Why are you joining the Defence Force? It is the same thing. Why are you joining the liberation struggle? It is simple to gain the independence of your motherland. That was the only aim, nothing else. Okay, so it's the same when you join the Namibian Defence Force. You have to know why are you joining. You are joining simple because you have the country at heart. You are joining simple because you want to defend your motherland. You are joining because you want to save the people of this country. Yes,
indeed, motivating. So this group of large of intakes between 1974 and 1975, did they perhaps go on to shape, the complexities of this guerrilla war that the plan was fighting that led to the total liberation of Namibia?
Yes, they did, because it's a big number that came at once.
Yes.
And then that has also built up the capability of the plane, and so that they can arrange themselves and deploy them accordingly, and based on which front needed more manpower than the other one. Okay. Because they are saying the front on the side of Katima, the Eastern Front, that's the most front that they started early. The war zone was started there after the Battle of Ongurwambashe. So before, because in Angola there was no military. SWAPO did not. Before 1975, there were no military bases of SWAPO in Angola until Angola gained her independence. That's when now most of these soldiers they moved and established bases in Angola. Yes.
These bases that were in Angola, did they also perhaps contribute, to building the morale, or contribute overall to the fight of the liberation struggle? Did it help plan with the attacks, against the African regime?
Yeah, it did, because now you are facing each other. You are facing each other from southern Angola into northern Namibia. So it did, and it boosted actually even the morale of the plane fighters, because they were now directly fighting the enemy, facing each other. Yes.
Now, we know, Colonel, also one thing that was being mentioned by the Deputy Minister of Works and Transport, that is the former Deputy Minister, James Ankwasa, was the fact that, Brendan Kongongolo Usimbwaye is from the Zambezi region. We know that he became Vice President of SWAPO when the Caprivian African National Union merged with SWAPO in 1964. He ended up being Vice President of SWAPO. He was allegedly killed by South African forces in 1972. When you also mentioned this earlier, that Brendan Simbwaye has a Navy patrol patrol boat named after him. And quite interestingly, that was commissioned on the 16th of January 2009. It left Brazil on the 31st of March 2009 under the command of then Lieutenant Sakeus Gontep, now who's the Rear Admiral, a Star 2 flag officer, who is the Rear Admiral of the Namibian Navy. Indeed, a befitting, perhaps, recognition of his contribution to the service of Namibia, and, having a patrol boat that is mentally, patrolling the Namibia exclusive economic zone. Is that a befitting tribute to an icon who has done so much towards the liberation of our country?
Not only that, you see, when we talk of the liberation struggle of this country, the most affected regions, it is from the edge of Zambezi region to the end edge of Kunene. That whole stretch, more than 1,500 kilometers. Those people were the mostly have seen the war. That was the war zone. Now, people like Brendan Simbwaye, being recognized and named after one of our patrol vessels, it tells that we don't want to forget their names, their history, their contribution towards the liberation struggle. We don't want to do that. So a child who go and visit the Navy during their career tours, because they normally go to the Navy, and then he or she has been told that this vessel is named after Comrade Brendan Simbwaye, that child will want to know what contribution did this man, Brendan
Significance
Simbwaye,
of naming.
yes. They will always go back and want to find out more research, or they will immediately start asking, why him? Why not this person? And then they are told that this is the contribution that the men have done. So by then, when this vessel arrived at Walfish Bay under the leadership of the Rear Admiral, currently the Navy Commander, he was received by former President Hifikepunye Pohamba, and he briefed him. He commissioned that vessel. So it tells a lot when we are saying that the young generation have taken over the leadership, especially the Navy. Completely, it has changed. This is a new person. It's a new blood with new ideas, well trained. He was in Zimbabwe. He was all over in Brazil. He's exposed, and he has the capability to lead the Namibian Navy.
You mentioned quite something very important while we're seeing the procession there moving on towards that is Katima Mulilo, the importance of recognizing the contribution of our different stalwarts. What would be the consequence if the current generation and those who perhaps the next generation, if they don't recognize the contribution of those that contributed to the independence of our country? Are there consequences if we don't recognize those icons and we don't tell the next generation? What happens? Or if, I'm not saying we are not doing it right now in Namibia, we are doing it, but if we would have missed that step, what would have been the consequences?
My brother, a nation without a history is a lost nation. That's why it is very, very important when we pass over to the next generation, we should always remember where we are coming from. Some people get irritated when people are talking the history. People should tell the history as it is, so that we don't have our children not knowing where they are coming from. And that's why it is very, very important that we should recognize even those who are currently in the leadership. When they go, they need to be recognized. Okay. And they need to be recognized accordingly and according to what they deserve.
Okay. Let's talk about the role of the Zambezi region in terms of the Namibian Defense Force right now, in terms of the presence of the Namibian Defense Force in Zambezi region. You mentioned, for instance, the fact that we have rehabilitated the infrastructure at Mulilo Island. We have now named that Navy station after the late Lieutenant General John Mutwa. What are some of the other significant contributions that the Zambezi region is making towards the Namibian Defense Force?
Well, you know, the region is very strategically located. And it's linked us with other SADC regions, SADC country, such as Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, going even up to DRC. So the presence of the Namibian Defense Force, it is very, very important, so that that corridor, it's protected 24 hours around the clock, 365 days a year. And you don't want to have one part of your country that is not secured or that is not protected like other regions. So you want to maintain the security and the protection of the territorial integrity of the country. That's why our presence play also a role to the development of the region. And it is not only the Mapacha base that we have there. We are all around. We have other bases also, smaller bases within the region. It's only that some people might not know, but it is important that our presence should be there, and we should be deployed, and we should be able to deploy further than the only place. You know, this country is so large, so fast. So it's important that the Namibian Defence Force play its role, which is to protect the territorial integrity of the Republic of Namibia and also the interest of the Republic and its people.
Indeed. We know that the former Lieutenant General, Chief of the Defence Force after Epaphroditus Dengandaitwa was Lieutenant General John Mutwa, who served as Chief of the Namibian Defence Force for some time. You know, being an inhabitant of the Zambezi region and perhaps in general a commissioned officer within the Namibian Defence Force, let's talk about perhaps some of his notable contributions and some of the achievements that you attained under the leadership of him as the CDF.
Late Lieutenant General John Mutwa, Simvula John Mutwa, played a major role in before independence even. He was a plant fighter. In fact, he was a classmate with former President Hifikepunye Pohamba. They were in the same class abroad. They were trained together. Yeah, he's from the intelligence corps, and after independence, he served as army commander. Before he was appointed as a chief of the defense force, he served as a chief of staff, defense logistics. He also served as a defense attaché to the Republic of Angola. He have also attended various military courses, both in Namibia and also abroad. So him hailing from Zambezi, the leadership of the Ministry of Defense and Veterans Affairs took up a decision to recognize him, the contribution that he has done during the liberation struggle, and also to the contribution he has done to the development of the Namibian Defence Force since he joined in 1990. And that's why that base in Palila was named after him. Yes.
Okay. Now we're seeing in terms of the procession that is making its own route to that is Katima Mulilo. I think from the images I'm seeing, I'm looking at it like as if we have passed the roadblock when we're entering in Katima. Yes, we are definitely passing the roadblock. You can see there that people are also lining along the road to say their goodbye and to obviously also pay their last respect, maybe for some of those that will not be able to be within Katima itself. But indeed, Namibians are coming out in numbers, as you've seen those visuals, to simply pay their respect and say goodbye to the man who has done so much. And as the Reverend reminded us this morning, that we will not be able, for instance, to repay the contribution and the work that him and other icons have done to ensure that Namibia remains liberated, Namibia remains forever free, and that we can enjoy the rights that we are enjoying today. And even the fact that we are able to have this broadcast and to be able to say goodbye to him. But we can see the military procession is definitively arriving in Katima Mulilo and will embark on, that is the Dr. Sam Nujoma Avenue very soon. Not mindful that the general public is expected to arrive, that is exactly within an hour from right now, at the Katima Mulilo, sports complex, where they are expected to arrive as from 12:30 for them to participate in the 4th regional memorial service that is taking place today in Katima Mulilo in the Zambezi region. So, Colonel, the role of the Defence Force overall in terms of maintaining the security and safety of this procession. Are we making use of? We have obviously personnel who are from the region that are part of the process, and then we have also those that came with a delegation. Other than securing the casket, you said NAMPOL is responsible for the overall law and order. What else? What is the other role of the Namibian Defence other than carrying the remains, ensuring its safety? What other role are they playing in ensuring that this event becomes a success?
Look, first of all, the people who are there, we have already a base, the Mapacha, with our troops, hailing from all 14 regions of this country. So the Chief of the Defense Force have already given a directive to each military base or to each service commander. And the service commander also gave his directives. So they are assigned already. Them being from Zambezi, they know that, okay, we have this procession coming. They have to deploy. They have to deploy along the street also. And around the whole town of Katima Mulilo. So that should, to guarantee the security to the people, even the citizens, that yes, we can see that our armed forces are around, or our security members are around. Because people forget, and you need to remind them, you need to refresh their minds. Some of these people have not seen what has happened during 1999. So they need to be told that, my friend, for us, we want peace, nothing else. Yes.
Thank you, Colonel. We get to cross over now to that procession with the remains of the founding president that's making its way into Katima Mulilo. We leave you with that procession for now.
kubonana awamulena denisika kubonana awamulena denisika kubonana ikakai kono fitile ikakai kono fitile awamulena denisika kubonana 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 ikakai kono fitile ikakai kono fitile awamulena denisika kubonana awamulena denisika kubonana awamulena denisika kubonana ikakai kono fitile ikakai kono fitile oyono lekile yalekinana kono sweli seakinana yono lekile yalekinana esiwabona kelonagela esiwabona kelonagela kiyale lekile yalekinana yono sweli seakinana yono lekile yalekinana esiwabona kelonagela esiwabona kelonagela lekile yalekinana yono sweli seakinana yono lekile yalekinana esiwabona kelonagela esiwabona kelonagela esiwabona esiwabona wena esiwabona kiyale kila yalekina kono seakina kono kila yalekina
lukupa baba ya kwa tente kukunzi baba tompeha vasike bahata lisila lilifu verilo
Yes, we are back, and we are currently situated at Hospital Road, where behind me is the procession that is carrying the remains of the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma. From what you can see, the casket has just passed us. And of course, we have a school choir by the Kaprivi Senior Secondary School. And currently, I'm speaking to the head girl from the same school just to hear exactly what her feelings are towards Zambezi region being one of the hosts for the memorial service. Good afternoon, Rachel, and thank you for joining us. Now, tell me, being one of the young ones in Namibia who probably have never seen this man that is now laying, that we will be laying to rest. You've never seen him in person, but you are learning about him in the history books. How important is it that the Zambezi region is part of the region?
It's a very big honor, especially for us, the learners from Kaprivi Secondary School, remembering the fact that in the government, most people have the honor of coming from our school. So our school has a lot of historical background, especially in the parliament. Selected to host this procession, it's an immense, because as we all know, we've lost an important person in all our lives. If not especially as closely attached, we all know that it was in every one of us. Because we all remember that it was for him, the late Dr. Procession in New York, we wouldn't have our foundation.
The last goodbye has been said, and it's time to be grateful for the deeds he did and the legacy he left behind. You have my sympathies and support. To the entire family of the late Dr. Samuel Safishuna Daniel Nujoma and Shikondombolo family, my sympathies to you. We are heartbroken. We are really heartbroken. May God bless you. Amen. We never forget you. We never forget you. We are forever grateful. We won't forget you. We are forever grateful. We won't forget you. We are forever grateful. We won't forget you. Remember you. Shall remember you. Shall remember you. Shall remember you. It's your boy Chesla. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Pavilion 4, Manzwami now, Makut Sefafas, waving a Ferama flag, Sami now. Silent.
Are we done?
Go to the buffet. It was a short.
reverse back. Can you reverse a bit, maybe? Maybe reverse a bit.
Rest in peace. The hero of Namibian revolution. Founding president. You are the hero. You are the hero. The hero. The hero. The hero. You are the hero. We are hurt. The hero of Namibian revolution. What a leader we lost, a selfless man. Said Nujoma, our hero. Your legacy will stay, generation after generation. Farewell, Chafishuna. You are the hero. The hero. The hero. The hero. You are the hero. You are the hero. The hero. You are the hero of Namibian revolution. Talking about revolution. Revolution. Revolution, 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 revolution. Your footprints fade but not in us. A love like yours can never die. Your smile still lingers in our hearts. Your legacy we will never forget. Your footprints fade but not in us.
Welcome back now as we see that the memorial is about to start and the remains have arrived at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex. It's also time for me to say goodbye. However, Ricardo Koseb will be taking over with you. Koseb will be taking over, pardon me, with the team and to keep you abreast as the memorial is about to continue and the program that continues from then on. Until then, we meet again. We now go back to the stadium where we see those visuals of the remains that have arrived and also preparing in anticipation for the commencement of the memorial service.